Good morning. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We're so excited this day has finally arrived. We are delighted that you have joined us for the launch of the Lancet's theme issue on advancing women in science, medicine, and global health. I'm Jocalyn Clark, an executive editor at the Lancet.
And I'm Richard Horton, also from the Lancet.
We want to thank all of the attendees, all of you joining us on live stream. Welcome to you, all of our colleagues at the Lancet who made this theme issue and this event happen, especially our colleague Liz Zuccalla, who co-led this project with Richard and I, and who you will meet later. And to all of those of you who submitted to our theme issue, we're very grateful, and to the many, many of you who have shown so much support and enthusiasm for this project. I really want to thank Richard. It is an incredible pleasure to be stood on the podium with him today. Actually, this theme issue was his idea, and he has given us at the Journal an enormous amount of support and enthusiasm for this project, and we're very, very grateful to him. What you have in front of you in your little delegate bag is an entire issue of the Lancet dedicated to advancing women in science, medicine, and global health. There's about 100-some pages, and it contains original research, analysis, and commentary that lays out, we think, robust evidence of bias within the systems of the fields that we work in, and the need for more action and accountability from institutional leaders to confront gender bias, to improve diversity and inclusivity, and to drive change. This collection, this bumper crop, highlights that gender equity in science is not only a matter of justice and of rights, but is absolutely crucial to producing the best evidence and the best patient care. You'll know from the beginning of our project that the importance of intersectionality, of learning from the Global South, and of the under-recognition of women's experiences of abuse and harassment are key themes of our project. We called for papers. It seems like forever ago, but it was in December 2017, and we were really amazed by the response. In fact, we were a bit overwhelmed. But I mean, it was phenomenal. We got over 300 submissions from around the world, from 40 odd countries. All of the papers that were submitted underwent our normal peer review and editorial processes. We had convened an international advisory group of experts from around the world, some of whom are here today, and we really want to thank them for guiding and supporting us as we selected and appraised the content. But within this issue, because of that response, what you have is the cream of the crop, we think, of research and commentary, and we're really, really proud of this issue, and in particular, the international scope of the contributions. It is not comprehensive by any means. We don't pretend that it is. There are many, many dimensions of the issue, the problem, and the solutions to gender bias, but for us, this represents an incredibly important moment to demonstrate our leadership, to demonstrate our hearing of the community of the importance of these issues, and we expect and hope to get good feedback and lots of engagement to continue this conversation. Our project also represents a deep commitment by the Journal to advance gender equity, and this builds on a long legacy at the Lancet of advocating for equity, justice, and health. So we really invite you to read our lead editorial by the Lancet editors, and also a comment that we wrote that lays out some of our thinking about moving ahead.
Thanks very much indeed, Jocalyn. You realize that you're in one of the bastions of patriarchy in British medicine. This building, I remember sitting up there many years ago as a cub reporter on the Lancet, observing the deliberations of the men who ruled British medicine. This was where the General Medical Council met many years ago. They have much plusher offices on the Euston Road now. But this is a symbol of what we're here to tear down brick by brick. It's wonderful to see so many friends here. Thank you so much for coming. The idea of the Lancet Women began with the notion of the theme issue that you hold in your hands. And first, I want to thank reciprocally my two amazing colleagues, Jocalyn Clark and Liz Zuccala, who have done nothing less than inspirational work to bring this issue to you today. I would also like to thank the entire Lancet team who have contributed in many ways to this. Just a few people who are in the audience who've made contributions: Joss, Seal, Steph, Rebecca, Alice. Thank you for being here, as well as my other colleagues from the Lancet who I can see around the room. But for us, this initiative, Lancet Women, is about more than producing a theme issue. The process of producing Lancet Women has led to a complete reappraisal of who we are, what we do, and what we want to be. We have uncovered inequities and injustices in the work we do, the gender balance of commissioned authors, editorial board members, and peer reviewers, to take a few examples. Inequities and injustices that we pledge to correct. But this theme issue, and today, isn't only about holding a mirror up to ourselves. It's about holding a mirror up to the whole of medicine, medical science, and global health. And when we do hold that mirror up, what we see is something that we should not be proud of at all. And we hope today to explore not only what it is we shouldn't be proud of, but also some of the solutions so that we can be proud of the disciplines and commitments that we represent and profess to believe in. One fact that I have learned during the time that we have been working on Lancet Women is that, in retrospect, it might have been better if we had called this project Lancet Women and Men. Let me explain why. Because the position of women in medicine, medical science, and global health is not an issue for women. It's an issue for women and men together to address. Worldwide, women are marginalized, excluded, held back, and put down by men and a rogue style of masculinity. As Grayson Perry writes in his wonderful book, The Descent of Man, and I quote, "The driving force behind so many of the world's problems seems to be out of control masculinity. Millennia of male power have shaped what medicine, medical science, and global health and scientific publishing are today. Masculine values, masculine interests, masculine biases, and prejudices. And because of male privilege, the truth is that men have not felt motivated to discuss these issues. So it's time for men to upgrade their idea of masculinity. It's time for men to step back and listen, and then to step forward and adapt. Men need nothing less than a new narrative. And I hope that today we might begin to sketch out what that new narrative might look like. Jocalyn, over to you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that music to many of our ears. I'm sure people agree. Richard, thank you so much. So I just have a few more things to say before we get the real party started with our keynote speaker. I want to say a few things about today's event. I think it's going to be fantastic. Very excited and, again, delighted that you're here. We've organized the program around into sessions. The three first sessions are inspired by the three main original research articles in the issue, and we're really fortunate to have those three lead authors present, all of whom have traveled distances, who will give you a little taster of their research articles so that you read more. And then these will lead into panel discussions on the topics of bias, institutional environments, and diversity in science. Several of those advisory group members I mentioned are here to help chair and guide those discussions, and we are immensely grateful for all the panelists who have come. Again, many whom have traveled, and we're delighted to see you. We will finish the day with a session chaired by Liz and our colleague Sarah Hawkes that's going to pull it all together. It's going to generate discussion. We invite you to submit your questions. You can do that on social media using our hashtag #LancetWomen. There's also a little bowl at the registration desk if you want to pop in your questions. And so they're going to try to answer some of those questions. And then the other thing that's happening in session 4 is you're going to be, all of us, collectively, individually, are going to be asked to think about making personal commitments to advance institutional change for gender equity. 3 bits of housekeeping. The fire exits are that main staircase, and this is also an exit here behind the stage. Apparently on a Friday, this venue has a fire alarm test, which we learned about this morning. So that's going to happen, we think, around 10:45, but don't be alarmed. It is probably just a test. It'll only happen for a few seconds, they promise us. And thirdly, I just want to remind everyone that this event and the conversation is on the record. There are journalists present. We're on a live stream that will be recorded. Please use social media with our hashtag #LancetWomen. Please go to our website for a lot more content. In addition to what you see in the theme issue, we have a very good podcast with, I don't want to say it's outstanding because of course it features Liz and I, but in conversation with 2 outstanding colleagues, and they are sensational, Imogen Ko, who's in the house, and Ravi Verma from Delhi, who I think is watching. Welcome, Ravi. So please do use social media. Okay. So for those of you stuck at the back, because there's a bit of standing room only, I'd like to ask the panelists and the speakers to, when you're comfortable, come up because we have name tags on seats for you. Okay, finally, let's move on. Enough of me to a main event. It is my pleasure and honor to introduce our keynote speaker, the incomparable Caroline Criado-Perez. For those of you who don't know Caroline, she's an author, a journalist, a feminist, and a successful campaigner for women's rights and for women's voices to be heard. She co-founded in 2012 the Women's Room Project, which is a directory of female journalists after noticing the remarkable absence of women being utilized in the print and broadcast media. She campaigned against the removal of the only woman, Elizabeth Fry, on a British banknote. Elizabeth was meant to be replaced with Winston Churchill, but not after Caroline campaigned, and this resulted in the Bank of England putting Jane Austen on its new £10 note. The statue of Millicent Fawcett in Parliament Square here in London near Westminster, she's the first woman among 11 men, is because of Caroline's activism, and it was unveiled and celebrated this past year as part of the centenary celebrations of the winning of women's suffrage in this country. Most recently, Caroline has highlighted how women's voices are virtually sidelined in the debate in this country about this thing called Brexit. You've perhaps heard of it. Despite women bearing an enormous burden of the process and the possibility of the UK leaving the EU, and she has spearheaded the Women's Campaign for the People's Vote. In 2015, she was appointed Officer of the Order of the British Empire for her services to equality and diversity. Caroline's experiences campaigning, challenging, pressing for women's voices to be heard, and in particular, never saying no in the face of resistance are the reasons we have asked her to speak to us today. We're very grateful to her to inspire us in our respective and collective efforts to drive change for women and gender equity within these fields of science, medicine, and global health. Welcome, Caroline.
Wow, what an introduction. So Jocalyn asked me to light a fire under your bums. So I'm going to do my best to do that. And I'm going to talk to you about where are the women. As you can see, not really in the Google search results. But we do appear sometimes in statues. This is a typical statue of a woman in the UK. The bust there is of Sullivan from Gilbert and Sullivan, and that's really sort of the typical representation of men in our statuary, just so intellectual and above bodily concerns that he's literally just a head. Whereas Euphrates, the muse of music, who, as you can see, is so distraught that she's forgotten to put her top on, is more what you tend to see with women. That is to say, someone who doesn't actually exist, who is there purely to be decorative and often there to show how much we really, really worship the male intellect. So the reason I know this is because one fun weekend in about 2016 or so, I decided to count all the statues in the public monuments and sculptures database, because that's how feminists get their kicks. And I came across some really interesting statues and interesting statistics. Like, for example, this statue of a girl in a hat, which is called Girl in a Hat. And this is in the grounds of Birmingham University. And again, this is a very typical representation of the female form in our statuary, i.e., again, just a woman who's there just because let's just look at a woman with her boobs out. This, however, is how men tend to be represented. This is also Birmingham University, so it's a nice little contrast there. Birmingham thinks girl in a hat, facade, grade 2 listed facade of a bunch of really, I mean, fair enough, really impressive men. Beethoven, Virgil, Michelangelo, Plato, Shakespeare, Newton, Watt, Faraday, and Darwin. And you'll notice that they are all men who have names and existed, and we respect their intellect. Unlike, of course, Girl in a Hat. I mean, who knows, maybe Girl in a Hat was a great scientist, but we'll never know, so that representation is what 80% of all statues of men are, that is, named historical figures, and 54% of all statues are of men who are named historical figures. The equivalent figure for women, i.e. out of all the statues that exist in the UK, when I counted, only 2.7% were of female named historical figures. That actually goes up to 7.7% if you add in royal women. And that is largely down to Queen Victoria, who, as you can see, was very, very fond of putting up statues of herself. And I think you've got to have a grudging respect for that. I do, anyway. But woe betide an allegorical female figure who turns out to be a real woman in disguise, because she will have her statue unceremoniously torn down and ejected, which is what happened to Catherine Morley. This is an allegorical representation of history, but when the sort of church leaders in the church that it was put into in the Victorian era found out that it was actually Catherine Morley had been modelled on her, and this was a real-life blue-stocking, celebrated author of History of England in 8 volumes, they decided that was absolutely shocking. It's okay to have history, but not an actual female historian. Let's not go crazy. So, as I said, I counted the statues in 2016, and the reason that I counted the statues was because I had just started a campaign to get the first female historical named figure as a statue in Parliament Square. And the reason I did that is that I went for a run through London. It was International Women's Day 2016. I had just done one panel on female representation, and I had another panel, and I have a small dog who sadly couldn't be here today. And she needed exercising, so I thought, well, I'll just, run from one to the other. And I ran along the river from East London, crossed over Westminster Bridge, into Parliament Square. Now, obviously, I've been into Parliament Square many, many times before. I'm often to be found in Parliament harassing one MP or another. But somehow, I had never noticed that all the statues there were of men. And I ran down the right-hand side, and I ran down past Winston Churchill and I ran past David Lloyd George. And as I ran past a guy at the time I'd never heard of called Jan Smuts, I thought, hang on a minute. No, surely not. And in my sort of arrogance and narcissism, I think I'd kind of thought, well, I've done the banknotes campaign, so that's all representation everywhere sorted. Someone will just deal with all the other issues. I genuinely was gobsmacked. I really thought this is such a high-profile square. It's such an important part, at the center of our democracy. How is it possible no one has sorted this out yet? So I went round, and just to double check before I sent my traditional angry tweet, to really make sure they were all of men, and it turned out that all 11 really were of men. So I didn't actually want to start a campaign at the time. So I thought I'll just send a tweet and hopefully someone else will do all the hard work for me. In fact, in the panel, one of the things that I am most often asked is, what's your next campaign going to be? And the truth is, I really don't know. It depends what sort of makes me so irritated that I just can't seem to stop myself. And I'd said I'm probably not going to be doing a campaign for a while because, I'm a freelance writer and campaigning takes over your life and etc. And so I really was quite annoyed with myself for having noticed this. But thought if I send a tweet, I'm sure someone will want to take this up. So I sent this tweet and carried on my run saying, outrageous, we should get a statue of a suffrage campaigner, because I knew that the centenary was coming up, and not knowing anything about statues, I was like, 2 years, that's probably enough time, probably could do it by 2018, I'm sure. Anyway, so I carried on my run, and I ran through St. James's Park, and I ran through Green Park, and I just couldn't get this bloody thing out of my head. And it was as I was actually rounding Green Park and coming back to Buckingham Palace that I realised I was composing the campaign text in my head. And at that point, I sort of gave in to the inevitable, and I sat down and I started a petition on my phone while sitting outside Buckingham Palace, weirdly enough. And so that was the beginning of getting the first female statue in Parliament Square. Obviously, the campaign included lots of other parts, like getting an open letter to the mayor. And really, I suppose one of the things I'd learnt from my previous campaign, which is the banknotes campaign, was that it's not enough to just say, right, you need to fix this, and then just rely on them to do it in the right way. So I'm very happy with Jane Austen as a choice. I think she's a fantastic writer. I firmly believe that if Jane Austen were alive today, or if I'd been alive then, we'd have been besties. But the quotation that they chose was just hilariously badly chosen, basically. So I don't know if you've looked carefully at your banknote, but it says, I actually can't remember what it says, but it says something along the lines of, there is no enjoyment in the world I declare like reading. You're all getting your banknotes out, thanks. There is no enjoyment in the world I declare like reading, something like that. Anyway, so clearly some poor intern at the Bank of England has just Googled, oh God, crazy feminist, Jane Austen quote reading, and came up with that. The reality is that for anyone who has read Jane Austen will know that she is bitingly satirical, and that line is actually spoken by Caroline Bingley just after she's in fact put down a book. And this book is the book that she only picked up because it's the second volume of the book that Mr. Darcy is reading. And as we all know, what Caroline Bingley actually wants is not to read a book, but to get into Mr. Darcy's pants, which I'm not judging her for. Darcy's hot, but it's not really a sort of full-throated endorsement of reading. Anyway, so I felt that, okay, I'm going to have to actually be involved in how this statue happens. And the other reason I knew that is that from looking through the database, I realized that not only are women not likely to be named historical figures, there are all sorts of other pitfalls that I really, really wanted us to avoid. The number one being that because so few female statues exist, when a new female statue gets made, there's this huge pressure on who's it going to be. You have to pick the right woman who can represent all women. Whereas with men, because there's so many statues, it doesn't really matter. It can be anyone. They don't have this responsibility of the right woman who has never done anything wrong, and we can all get behind and say was an actual saint. And so the way that this is dodged is often they will put up a statue of an anonymous woman who represents a movement or who represents, a type of woman. the every woman. And I just really didn't want to do that. I feel very passionately and I'm very angry, in fact, about the way that I grew up not knowing about all the amazing women who had come before me. And so I was absolutely not going to allow that to happen. That was my number one thing. The other thing was, again, because there are so few female statues of women historically, and most of them have been modern, this is a sort of arts thing, I think. They seem to really like doing abstracts. And again, I felt it was so important that it was a figurative piece. This wasn't an art project to me, this was a political project. And I needed people to be walking past and just immediately clock, oh look, there's a woman. The other thing was that, well, here she is. This is Millicent Fawcett, in case you haven't seen her. So the reason we chose Millicent is essentially she didn't have a statue of herself, which is just incredible, really. This was one of the most important figures in getting women the vote. And if she had, I mean, she was important in loads of other ways. She was involved in all sorts of other campaigns, like for female education and for against female sexual subjugation, against child sex abuse. And if she were a man, she would definitely have a statue. So I wanted it to be someone who didn't already have a statue. And as you can see at the bottom, this was really important to me that there is an absolutely fair objection to statues, that they represent a very sort of great man version of history, that represents history as a few amazing people who just did something all on their own and doesn't acknowledge all the people who were sort of working behind them, supporting them, being part of the movement. And I think this is best summed up by the title to one of my favorite ever feminist books called Who Cooked Adam Smith's Dinner? And I mean, that just tells you all you need to know about that. By the way, the answer to that question is his mum. His mum cooked his dinner. And of course, you know, Adam Smith, this great father of economics, had these economic theories about self-interest, but that totally failed to account for women's unpaid care work, because what is the self-interest in his mother in making his dinner? Anyway, so I wanted to have a statue that represented feminism and the fight for women's votes as a movement, rather than just pretending that it was just Millicent Fawcett. And I was very, very lucky that Gillian Waring was available, and she came up with this idea of having these etched portraits of, I think, 59 other people who were involved. And I say people because I think there were a couple of men. There were some really great men, actually, who were involved in it. And it is very nice to see some men in the audience here today. And, you know, the men who've been involved in women's rights have been incredible, and they have had to go through all sorts of things. For example, there was a guy called Fred, I think it was Fred Pethick Lawrence, actually got sent to jail for not controlling his wife because she kept going out and campaigning for women's right to vote. So they both got sent to jail, including him. And I just think, you know, that's so great and that's so important. So there are a couple of men on there. But also there are women from all around the country, from diverse ethnicities, from diverse backgrounds. As you can see, I'm not sure if you can see, but perhaps you can see, one of the ones right in the front, in the middle there, is a blank. And that's because it's of the working class suffrage speaker Jessie Cragen, who never sat for her portrait to be taken, never sat for her photograph to be taken, obviously, because she was a working class woman in the 1800s, and they didn't sit for their portraits to be taken. And I find that really moving. I actually, rather embarrassingly, cried when I discovered that was going to be part of it, because it just was, you know, this is a woman who'd never imagined she's going to be on a plinth in Parliament Square, and yet here she is. That just felt so important. Anyway, here's me with a banknote. Oh, maybe you can read the quote. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, did I? Oh, you did get it out. Thanks very much. I declare, after all, there is no enjoyment like reading. Well, I got the right words in the wrong order. That's fine. Yeah, so this is me very excited the day the banknote came out. And so as Jocalyn said, the Bank of England announced that they were removing the only female historical figure from the back of their banknotes and replacing her with a man. and that was something that irritated me. So I ran a campaign against it. And at the time, the Bank of England had defined what they cleverly called objective selection criteria that they used at the time to decide who was going to be the historical figure who goes on the gilded list of people who can be on the back of our banknotes. And these are the very objective selection criteria. The figure must have broad name recognition, good artwork, not be controversial, and have made a lasting contribution which is universally recognised and has enduring benefits. And I don't know about you, but reading those, I immediately realised how they ended up with 5 white men on the back of their banknotes. Anyone who isn't a white man is unlikely to have good artwork. See Jessie Cragen. In fact, even see Jane Austen. Jane Austen is about as famous and well-recognised a woman as you can get from history, and yet there are only 2 sketches of her in existence, one of which is contested. Similarly, anyone who isn't a white man is unlikely to have broad name recognition. I refer you to Girl in a Hat. And I also refer you to Clara Schumann. So she does have quite broad name recognition. But in 1839, she wrote in her diary, "I once thought that I possessed creative talent, but I've given up this idea. A woman must not desire to compose. Not one has been able to do it. Why should I expect to?" And the thing that I find particularly sad about that is that there had actually been plenty of successful female composers who came before Schumann, it's just she hadn't heard of them. This one is Barbara Strozzi, for example, and she had more music in print in her lifetime than any other composer, male or female, of her era. Marianne von Martinez, an 18th century composer who was feted by the Austrian court and whose works were performed alongside those of Mozart and Haydn. Schumann hadn't heard of her. And she hadn't heard of any of them because a woman barely has to die before she is forgotten or before we attribute her work to a man. So Judith Leyster, for example, was one of the first women to be admitted to an artists' guild in the 17th century Netherlands, and she was renowned in her time. But after her death in 1660, she was erased and her work was attributed to her husband. In the course of my research for my book, which isn't out yet, but is out on the 7th of March, so you must all go and buy it. It's called Invisible Women. I came across a 19th century artist called Caroline Louisa Daly, who in 2017, new works by her were discovered. They had been previously attributed to men, and this is my favourite bit, one of whom was not even an artist. I just love that. You know, here's this woman who is an artist, and it's just more likely that someone who happens to have a penis is the guy who did the paintings. Another one I really like, because it's, again, so outrageous, Nettie Stevens' studies on mealworms, which established the importance of chromosomes in determining sex, had her work attributed to Thomas Hunt Morgan, even though correspondence exists where Thomas Hunt Morgan is writing to her saying, "Hey Nettie, could you give me the details of your experiments, because I'd really like to know about this chromosomes stuff." That memorable Voltaire quote, that often is cited in free speech arguments, "I disagree with what you say, but I defend to the death your right to say it." And that was actually written by Voltaire's biographer, Evelyn Beatrice Hall. And as for not controversial and having made a universally recognised lasting contribution, again, it's just much less likely that a woman is going to fulfil those boxes. So why do I think this stuff matters? Well, as I hinted before, I'm very angry about how I grew up. It's not against my parents, it's against culture. It's against this patriarchy that we've been hearing about. Because when I was growing up, I wasn't a feminist at all. If anything, I was an anti-feminist. I fully believed in the cultural representation of women as irrational, over-emotional, trivial, hysterical. But I wasn't like that. I was a full human being, thank you very much. It's just all these other women who like buying the magazines that are clearly aimed at women that present us as trivial. And, you only got to see a film where you've got these annoying women who are trying to tell the guy who's trying to save the world to put the bins out. And, I'm not like one of them. And this was how I felt about women and my womanhood, and how I had to try and convince each new person to treat me like a human being by showing them that I was more like guys than girls. And I went to university when I was 25 as a mature student. And I studied English literature. And I had to write an essay on gender and language. And so for the first time, I had to actually read some feminism. And I read this book called Feminism and Linguistic Theory. And it changed my life, which is such a weird book to change your life. It wasn't The Female Eunuch. It wasn't Naomi Wolf. It was Feminism and Linguistic Theory. Anyway, and it was a section on grammar, which is even better. And it was about male default pronouns. So things like he to mean he or she, or words like man to mean humankind. Now, obviously, I hadn't been living under a rock. I had come across what I thought was, again, this trivial argument of silly feminists. Everyone knows that he means he or she. What's the big deal? But there was just this line in the book where Debbie Cameron, who's the author, said, when women read or hear the word he, or read or hear the word man, they picture a man. And that just blew my mind, because I realized that not only was I also picturing a man when I heard these words, I hadn't noticed it. And then I realized, actually, I picture a man pretty much all the time. I picture a man when I hear the word lawyer, when I hear the word doctor, when I hear the word scientist, when I hear the word politician, when I hear the word journalist. And I started to wonder, could this be somehow linked to the way that I think women are just a bit rubbish and don't really do anything? Anyway, it turns out that this is quite common. This is the Google image result for men, and as you can see, weird guy with some kind of illness is more likely to be human than a woman. This isn't just Google. Again, in the course of the research for my book, I read this really interesting study about what people draw when they hear the word person. And they found that when they hear the word person, 80% of men drew a man. For the word researcher, men were more likely to draw a person of no gender than to draw a woman. And it sort of crops up in all sorts of places, this thing that I call male default. So as you can see, Lego time teacher, minifigure, watch and clock. Lego time teacher, girl, minifigure, watch and clock. The girl is marked, the male is default. Awesome kid, awesome girl. Deodorant, women's deodorant. Inexplicable, but very handy for the purposes of my argument. Some of you will remember this wonderful product. All those years we thought we were using gender-neutral pens, and it turned out we were using man pens. But luckily Bic was there to save our lady hands and give us some nice pens. Anyway, but to be fair on Bic, I thought, well, I'll just see, because, women do on average have smaller hands than men, and women do on average have weaker grip strength than men, so maybe there's something in this male-female pens thing. So I got in touch with Bic and asked them a few questions about, how did you research the product? Did you test it on women? Is the original product not suitable for women? Anyway, so it took about sort of 10 days of multiple emails back and forth where they were like, just getting the information for you. And I was like, I'm really excited about this pen stuff. Anyway, so finally I get this response. Dear Caroline, thank you for taking the time to send us your questions regarding Bic for Her. First and foremost, as a company, Bic is very sensitive to gender issues and supports empowerment and emancipation of women. And then some sort of bump about their company missions. This was the important bit. Prior to launching any of our products, we systematically carry out consumer research and conduct consumer feedback sessions to determine how well we respond to demand and taste. Specifically, with the Bic for Her range, our objective was to meet the taste of our fashion-oriented customers through a high-quality, attractive writing instrument for which we created specific design, features, and packaging. When it launched in 2009, we received positive feedback and comments from consumers. Bic for Her range has been discontinued at the end of 2016. Anyway, I never did get to the bottom of whether they did any research. There was a few more emails back and forth, but they would just go away. Anyway, but this is just so incredibly common and pervasive, and I think the thing that is most important to take away from it is that it is on the whole unconscious. There isn't actually a big conspiracy whereby we are deliberately representing men as the default human. It's just our world is so dominated by representation of men that that's just what is in our heads. Our heads are full of men. And I think a very sort of useful example of this was relayed to me by a friend of mine who's a teacher. She's an English teacher, and she told me about a male colleague of hers who asked her to review a book he'd written, and the book was about why we should kill off the myth of poetry being elitist. Poetry is for everyone, and he wanted to write a book to bust this myth and make it, available to all people. And what poets did he use to illustrate that poetry is for everyone? Well, of course, he used 20 white male poets. And when she pointed this out, he was absolutely mortified, and he changed it. And he couldn't believe he hadn't noticed it. And bear in mind, this is a man who gets it, who cares, who had actually worked with her to make their curriculum more inclusive at their school, to include more women, to include more poets of colour. But he just hadn't noticed that he'd written a book with 20 white male poets. And I think that is such an important point to grasp, because it just shows that it isn't about people being deliberately nasty and sexist, and you can have the best of intentions, but you can still end up perpetuating this huge problem. And it is a huge problem. In fact, it can make women's lives extremely annoying, she says, having literally fallen over in the tube today. The ways in which the world is designed to suit male bodies rather than female bodies is legion. In fact, it is so legion, I've written a whole book about it, and I don't have time to go through everything here. But it encompasses things like buildings. So I keep saying one of my favorite. It's just, all of it is just so hilarious when you sort of stop to think about how stupid it is. So in the early 20th century, Le Corbusier, the Swiss architect who came up with the radical idea at the time of designing buildings around humans. Buildings should suit humans, fit humans, except the thing is, for Le Corbusier, a human was a 6-foot man with his arm raised, which obviously explains for all the women in the room why you can never reach the top shelf. But even more hilariously, first of all, it was a British police detective. That is the sort of pinnacle of humanity for Le Corbusier, which is a bit odd. But also that they did actually consider creating, so that's modular man, they did consider creating a female counterpart, only to reject the female form as being unharmonious. Which is obviously funny, but also it does result in quite dangerous products, and also is something that is still kind of going on today. So in car crash safety, women are 47% more likely to be seriously injured than a man in a car crash, and 71% more likely to be moderately injured. They're also 17% more likely to die. And this is because women are unharmonious. In fact, women are considered out-of-position drivers. I'm not making this up, because we sit further forward so we can reach the pedals, and more upright to see more clearly over the dashboard. And this is not what's called the standard seating position. And our willful deviation from the norm means that we are at greater risk of internal injury on frontal collisions. And the angle of our knees and hips as our shorter legs reach for the pedals also makes our legs more vulnerable. Essentially, we're doing it all wrong. If we would just be taller and, there are other things that we're doing wrong. So the car crash test dummy is a 1.77 meter tall, 76 kilogram average man. And so that's part of the reason that women's legs, it turns out, are too short and should just be longer. There is only one EU regulatory test that requires what is called a 5th percentile female dummy, but this is just a scaled-down male dummy, and also only tested in the passenger seat. There is no legal requirement to test a car on a pregnant crash test dummy, even though car crashes are the #1 cause of fetal death related to maternal trauma. And even seatbelts don't work properly for women. 62% of third trimester pregnant women don't fit the standard seatbelt design. And actually even non-pregnant women are wearing seatbelts improperly because of our boobs. So basically, women, the lessons to take from this is that be taller and don't have boobs. So is any of this relevant to you in the medical world? I don't need to tell you that women are 50% more likely to be misdiagnosed following a heart attack. But what I would like to tell you is that it is all part of the same problem as everything that I've been talking about today. The way that we have historically conceived of men as standard humanity. And honestly, I don't actually think there is a field where there is a more urgent need to challenge male default than in medicine, which is why I was so delighted when I was invited to speak at the launch of this edition and also to discover this edition was happening. What you're all doing here in this room and what you will go on to do after today, its importance really cannot be overemphasized. Women are dying because of the gender data gap in medicine. In medical research, in medical education, in medical practice, and it needs to be closed as a matter of absolute urgency. I'm just going to end very quickly by just sort of talking about campaigning a little bit, because of the whole lighting a fire under your ass line. So as I said, I'm often asked what my next campaign will be. And as I also said, I don't know, because it depends what irritates me enough to overcome the fact that campaigning is just not really very fun. It can be, and mostly is, a drudge. It's unpaid, it's lonely, it takes over your life, and it's exhausting. So why do I do it? Well, there is one more reason beyond pure rage powered by caffeine, and that is that I am inspired by other women, which is, again, to take you back to why I get so personally furious that I've been denied the chance to be inspired by them in my education, in my culture, and having worked on a project that enabled me to learn so much more about the women who fought for the right to vote, I draw a lot of inspiration from them. I took 2 years to get up a statue to Millicent Fawcett. But Millicent Fawcett took her whole life to win women the right to vote. In 1866, at the age of 19, she collected signatures for the first petition demanding female suffrage to be handed into Parliament. In 1928, she was up in the Ladies' Gallery in the House of Lords watching the Equal Franchise Act being passed, and she died a year later in 1929. And I was starting from a position of so much power compared to her. When she started campaigning for women to have the most fundamental right, the right to have a say in the laws that govern her, such an idea was completely unthinkable, laughable, and it surely must have seemed totally impossible. How on earth do you campaign for the right to vote when you don't have the right to vote? And yet she kept going, and she did it. And in these dark days of Brexit, when I often feel hopeless, I do actually think about her. And I think about how right she was, because as she said, and as Gillian Waring chose to highlight in her design, courage calls to courage everywhere, and its voice shall not be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. That was really, really fantastic. Wonderful to hear about your experiences. Your energy is terrific, and you more than exceeded my remit to you to light some fire under our bums. So thank you very, very much. And I'll let you slip away because I know that you're going to people's vote stuff. Okay, so firstly, I want to ask again the people standing at the back to please come forward, particularly if you are a speaker on any of our panels, because we have available chairs at the front for you. And I would like to introduce our colleague, Sonia Bhalotra, who will chair our next session. Sonia is in the Department of Economics at the University of Essex. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you, Jocalyn. I'm honored and excited. To lose no time, let me invite Holly Witteman from Université Laval to talk about her research on evaluating the science versus the scientist.
Thank you. All right. Someone's going to make my slides appear like magic. Okay, so thank you very much. I'm honored to have been invited to speak here today. I declare no financial conflict of interest. So this is my first time in the UK, and my body is quite certain that it's the middle of the night right now and that I ate breakfast at a completely unreasonable time. So for that and other reasons, you might hear some buzzing and beeping, and if it looks like I think I'm in 1985 and I'm checking a pager, I'm actually keeping myself alive and well. And if we actually had an academic system in which the only thing that matters is the quality of your work and the merit, then I wouldn't feel the need to mention this, because I wouldn't worry about being seen as less competent and professional for having a chronic illness. So I want to focus briefly before I start on the emphasis in the program on learning from the Global South. And that really resonated for me because my first experience working in gender equity was in the Global South. In the 90s, after I finished my engineering degree and I didn't need to earn money for the following year in school, I worked as a volunteer in Bolivia. And I worked with a small non-governmental organization called Centro de los Estudios y Trabajo de la Mujer, or Center for Women's Education and Work. And the center and its activities were primarily led by Quechua women. And I learned a lot from those women about gender equity and about its intersections with racism and colonialism. So now, 20 years later, I live in another place, also indigenous territory that was colonized in brutal ways, but in the global north. So as we put more focus on inclusion, I'm going to briefly use this platform to note that in my view, it's important to also include indigenous nations in the north and to acknowledge historical context and the intellectual debts that we owe. So a lot of indigenous nations in Canada were and are matrilineal, and before settlers arrived and started imposing British and French ideas of gender and race and kinship, women, especially older women, had a lot of power. So, and there's literature also suggesting that Western women's, white women's, pushes for equality, so for example, Elizabeth Cady Stanton in the US, were inspired by the examples of equality that they observed among their indigenous neighbors. So for Elizabeth Cady Stanton, that meant the Haudenosaunee. So this isn't my area of expertise, and I recommend consulting indigenous experts and scholars if you want to know more. But I was asked not to focus on my paper too much and to focus more about what we need to do going forward. And in my view, you can't ever move forward on societal issues unless you understand how you got to the society you have. So I'm going to turn now to something on which I do have more expertise, specifically this paper I led. And I was told I don't need to go over the paper in detail because you'll already have it. So it's every professor's dream. Everyone's already done the reading. I will describe it later. I'm going to put it in context first by saying that I see this study as one good thwack in a long game of whack-a-mole. So when we talk about women in science and medicine, there are basically two dominant competing narratives. I'm going to call these narratives, Houston, we have a problem, and everything is awesome. So, and this is ignoring a lot of complexity and nuance, because I think within both these narratives, we see both genuine desire for robust evidence and also some disingenuous motivated reasoning or selective citation of the literature. But please bear with my oversimplification as I run through a handful of examples. So a little over 20 years ago, some people in Sweden noted, hey, women aren't winning this prestigious postdoctoral fellowships at the same rate as men. Well, maybe they don't deserve them because they don't publish as well. Actually, women are scored lower for competence compared to men with the same publication records. Oh. Women are underrepresented in STEM, even though they perform well in STEM subjects. Well, maybe it's because even though women compare well overall, there are more men at the higher ends of the scale. Actually, variability in STEM subjects has been shown to be less than in other subjects. Oh. Women don't advance to leadership in med schools at the same pace as men. Well, maybe they don't do much research or they take easier roles. Actually, even when you control for those confounders, they still don't advance as quickly. So I'm going to talk about papers and some work by some lovely work by some people in this room. So women publish less and receive fewer citations. Well, maybe they aren't working as hard. So it's been shown that female trainees are required to do more work than male trainees to be authors on a paper. This gap in effort continues throughout careers. Women's papers are reviewed more harshly, and although they're in journals with higher impact factors, they still receive fewer citations, possibly because men self-cite substantially more than women do. Oh. So a previous analysis of Canadian Institutes of Health research grants by Robin Tamblin and colleagues suggested that women's grants are scored lower. And the answer to that was, well, maybe it's because of their funding and publication records. In a subsequent analysis, Tamlin and colleagues showed that even if you control for these and a variety of other potential confounders, there is a discernible gap in scores. So that brings us to our paper. So it's been documented for a while now that overall women tend to get less grant funding. And there hasn't been any evidence in either direction to address the response that maybe it's just that women's grants aren't as good. So we were able to analyze the results of a natural experiment of close to 24,000 grants created when the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, or CIHR, changed their programs in 2014. Prior to that, grants were reviewed primarily on the proposed science. And with the changes, the funding was split into two streams. So project, the review emphasis was still on the science, and in foundation, there was an explicit review focus on the scientist. So we accounted for key covariates and found that in the context of an overall grant success rate of about 16%, so there's 16 percentage points in play here, male principal investigators had a non-significant advantage, just under 1 percentage point in the traditional programs. Same thing in project, but in foundation, that was 4 percentage points. So this provides robust evidence in support of the idea that women write equally good grants, but aren't evaluated as being equally good scientists. So why might this be happening? This study doesn't allow us to estimate directly the effects of potential contributors, but what we did was using available literature, we identified 3 possible sources and discussed them. So there's individual bias. So this is conscious or unconscious bias on the part of the reviewers. And it's important to note here that women may also be biased against women. Systemic bias, meaning the program is designed around metrics that reward cumulative advantage. Lower performance, meaning women don't perform as well or don't brag about themselves as effectively. So all 3 of these are plausible with more literature supporting the first 2, but it's important to disentangle this because it determines what to do about it. So if individual bias, for example, plays a bigger role, then concealing applicants' identity would help, but if systemic bias plays a bigger role, then concealing applicants' identity would hurt. And this is speculation on my part, but I'd put my money on systemic bias playing more of a role when the reviewer is essentially evaluating the applicant's career. Because we know that there are these documented minor issues when it comes to getting a grant or publishing a paper, being invited for an opportunity, being nominated for an award, and all these things add up. And the existence of a Matthew effect in science funding has been shown. So what are the implications of this? Well, first of all, if there's bias in the system, then it's not a merit-based system. And we aren't funding the best research, which would be a problem anyway, but it's particularly a problem with public dollars because it means we aren't maximizing our returns on public investment. It harms individual careers and lines of research go unstudied. And what that means is that, for example, if women do more research in women's health, then by underfunding women researchers, we're underfunding women's health. So I'm going to make a few recommendations based on this study and other science policy work with which I've been involved. So these are the recommendations that I came up with, and I'm just going to review them briefly. For funders, I think the number one thing to look at and to focus on is collecting robust evidence and publicly reporting and fixing gaps in success rates and total funding amounts. For institutions, that would be salaries and research support. And for researchers, the number one thing that I think, and I would hope that everyone would take this away, is to advocate for others, including people in groups of which we are not a part. And often that's a little bit easier to do. And I have found personally that it's easier to advocate for groups of which I am not a member than it is to advocate for women, because as a woman, there's always that perception that I may be bringing my own identity into this, as though anyone is ever identity free. But let's just leave it at that. So thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Holly. That's such a great start to the day.
Thank you.
Such an important question, and great to see some quasi-experimental evidence I think we need much more experimentation with different sorts of interventions and importantly, serious evaluation of what works and also why it works, so that it's relevant to consider whether it might work somewhere else. I'm going to ask my panelists to come up to the front. They are Tammy Clifford from the Canadian Institutes of Health Research in Canada, Sonia Gandhi from the Francis Crick Institute in the UK, Cassidy Sugimoto from the National Science Foundation, and Ed Whitting from the Wellcome Trust. So I'm going to start by asking Cassidy. I'm going to start by asking Cassidy what you think of implementing quotas for women in scientific committees.
That's a good question. I mean, I think maybe I'll give just a very quick background for the National Science Foundation, which I'm here to represent. And Holly asked for robust evidence. So one of the things that we've done is collect that kind of robust evidence. And looking at it from the 1980s to the present, women make up shy of 20% of the funds given by the National Science Foundation. And that's improved over time. It is about 28% currently, which is less than their authorship. So right now at present, we are not funding women at the rate of their participation in the scientific workforce in the United States. So when I think about quotas, that's one thing that I have to think is, where do you start? What does a quota look like? Is it 50%? Is it per their representation in the workforce? Is it by their full professorship? So I think quota is a much more complicated question than we put it out to. For me personally, I believe in radical quotas. I believe in a 50% quota. I believe that that's the only way that we're really going to progress. So I can say more on that, but I want to give the other panelists some time to respond as well.
I think if you want to say some more on the evidence with quotas, it's a bit mixed because there is, of course, the idea that a quota could level the playing field, and I too would vote for 50% for that reason. And then if they work, then they subsequently become redundant. But there's also some evidence, some that I've seen quite recently published, that women may have the same gender stereotypes that men have, that having women on a committee could prime male identity and lead men to possibly engage in licensing effects, so that men might behave less egalitarian on a committee that includes men. So there's some mixed evidence, but of course there is also evidence that women make decisions that are more sensitive to equality.
Absolutely, and I would see quotas as a transitional activity. I think that it is a type of advocacy that we need as we move and transition from one type of environment to the next. And for me, the most compelling story was presenting at the American Heart Association. And Vincent and I were there presenting some work on gender and science, and this issue of quotas came up. And this one very well-meaning, well-intentioned white woman said, no, I really hate quotas because then you are the minority hire, there are stigmas, there are all these things associated with it. And this one woman got up and said, no, do you understand how important that representation is? The fact that I am there, even if I am marked as a sort of minority hire, my students see me. They see someone who looks like them who is a scientist. And then they go on and they have students of their own and they can see that. And this is the change that we need for a time. And yes, is it a disservice to that individual person? They're bearing a burden. They are bearing a burden for the rest of us. And I hope that this is a process that we can transition through as we change what science looks like and we change the environment that we're in. So yes, this is going to be times of friction. And I don't think quotas are going to work equally well in all scenarios, in all ways, but I think that that is a type of advocacy that we have to take right now to change the way science looks.
Thanks, Cassidy. I'm going to direct my next question at Sonia, and it's about networks, which is related. There's some sense that women are less likely to have professional networks, partly because they have caring responsibilities and so, for example, don't go to the pub after work. In a lab experimental setting, where that is stripped away, there's some evidence that women are as prone to network as men, but men will network more with men and women more with women, so there's homophily. Furthermore, within networks, men seem to favor network neighbors more than women do, so women are just more egalitarian. And I wondered what your experience was whether you've had any mentoring, whether role models have helped, whether possibly senior women or senior men have been more useful. We always speak of senior women being potential role models, but in terms of mentoring, I've wondered about the usefulness of having senior men on your side because of their different negotiation skills.
I think it's very pertinent that networking is done differently by different genders, and that's entirely because of the, as you say, can you stay for a drink after work, and can you network in those environments, and that's often, well, it discriminates against women who have caring responsibilities, also men who have caring responsibilities, who can't join that group, and it's that group that's often seen as a transitioning to those invitation-only committees or groups. So there is a sense that there's probably an unconscious way in which women are excluded from that. The female networks that get made very much amongst peers of the same, who are facing the same challenges or the same obstacles in their career progression, are ones that are much more of a supportive nature, but perhaps not ones that create the opportunities to move further forward. Certainly mitigating many of the obstacles to career progression has been mentoring schemes, and I work at UCL, they have a very strong emphasis on mentoring, and most people find the support from that provides the confidence to say, put forward for promotion, or to put women in the position where they will be considered for different committees. There's also an advocacy scheme which works slightly differently, whereas an advocate might actually stop the problems with confidence or being putting yourself forward, and I think they and that can have huge advantages as well. There is the slight problem with the mentoring and advocacy schemes, which is that as a woman you're often put forward for the roles that are still stereotyped and that take into consideration, well, you're of the nurturing role, so let's do more graduate tutors, let's more students, let's look after more things, sit on another panel. We have this talking about the quotas, we have a 25% minimum female representation on all panels. We also have panels that have to consider ethnicity, so if I tick a non-professorial female ethnic, that's 3 boxes in one. I can be that token person on a panel. So we get put forward, but then are we being put forward constantly for things that just increase stereotyping? And we have to be a little bit aware of that, I think, when women are put forward for other roles and still excluded from the roles that are the invitation-only male-dominated panels. So my experience is that we do network differently, and not necessarily in networks that will help our career progression. And there is a role for mentoring, and I've certainly had that experience with very supportive heads of departments who've put me forward for roles and taken up that position. Interestingly, amongst my peers, they would say that senior female scientists and clinician scientists aren't necessarily more supportive than male ones, and actually, and I think that's definitely an experience. So we can't make these blanket statements that they are more or less.
Thank you. I might come back to every panelist, but if I move on now to put my next question to Tammy. Since I know you've only recently been in the funding arena, but if you could say a little bit about what you think is being done and what else could be done to sensitize evaluators to cognitive biases that arise in evaluation, to implicit stereotyping, to what extent tracking is done and discussed.
Yeah, great. So I joined the Canadian Institutes of Health Research 3 months ago, and I've been amazed to see just what goes on inside of this funding agency. As Holly noted, we do collect data, and that is a critically important step. But of course, it's not the only step. You need to collect the data, you need to commit to looking at it regularly, as CIHR does. And then when you see that things are not on track, you make changes. And those changes could take place for CIHR at a policy level, where we actually intervene. In this particular experiment that Holly referenced, we actually equalized, because we noticed a bias happening between the first and second stages of the grant review process, where stage 1, people were being graded in terms of they themselves. Stage 2 was on the science. We intervened to equalize those. But that's not the only thing we can do. And what CIHR has also done is put forward an unconscious bias module that we now require our peer reviewers to work through. I did this when I started at CIHR, and I thought I was a pretty attuned individual. I'm supportive, I've been through the system, and I realized things that I have done that likely resulted in some of my students not getting grants. Sorry, Jesse, sorry, Shannon. But again, it's there are things to be done, and I don't think we're quite there yet. The thing that I can say that we're committed to is continually looking at those data, to making the changes that are required, and to working with partners. So again, funders play a role, and a very important role in this, but we're not the only people in this ecosystem. So in Canada, we work with our fellow funders, the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council, the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council, and we're trying to get those policies harmonized across the board. I can also mention that one of the changes that we brought into play is an allowance for parental leave. So again, parental leave, not just maternity leave, recognizing that fathers take leave too. And we're, with Holly and her team, are looking at the impact of that policy in terms of success rate and whatnot. Sometimes there can be unintended consequences to those changes, even though they are very well intentioned. And I think going forward, the commitment is to be transparent about those data that we collect. I should note that since 2016, our equity stats are posted on the website. So sort of in full disclosure, a recognition that, you know, we're making changes, but there is room for an improvement. And I think there's also I don't want to say it's a knowledge translation opportunity, but it's being part of that conversation that's going on amongst our communities to actually point out when we see these biases occurring and to not let them kind of go by unnoticed. So being part of that conversation, and in fact, working with universities, research institutions, hospitals, and probably even going further upstream, recognizing that a lot of these biases are taking root well before we get to our graduate level programs.
Thank you, Tammy. I wondered with the paper, with the study that Holly discussed, was the committee evaluating the project grants the same as the committee evaluating the foundation grants?
Yeah, no, so there would be different committees. There might have been some overlap in terms of individual members, but as you can imagine, with the volume of grants that's received and the number of panels that we need to strike, and ensuring that we have the correct expertise, there likely were different people involved.
And were they similarly balanced on gender?
That's certainly something that we're looking at as well. The work that Holly referenced from Dr. Robin Tamblin looked at the gender composition of the peer review panels and found that there's an association there, and it's not necessarily the association that we would think or assume to be the case. So making sure that you've got, that the committee is representative of the entire community. So career stage, gender, age. We also look at geography and also looking at the particular type of research. So we've also noticed that there is, I'll say, a bias toward more fundamental lab-based science, whereas those who are working at, I'll say, the more, the end that's closer to the bedside and policy and practice change, there seems to be, it's tougher to get your research published if you're in that milieu as well. So it's not just gender, there are a lot of other factors that intersect.
Okay, thank you, Tammy.
Thanks, Sonia.
I turn now to Ed, who's from the Wellcome Trust. The Wellcome Trust also has these person-focused grants, the investigator grants, and more project-focused grants. Do you have statistics similar to those that Holly presented from Canada for success rates by gender for these different types of streams of grants?
So in the 2 seconds I've had since you've asked the question to answering the question, I don't have them. I don't know whether we do have them. I haven't seen a breakdown like that. If I could just respond to a couple of the points made already through this morning, because there's a huge number of resonances for me as well, and I'll be brief. The statistics, firstly, that we do have, on funding panels, we're committed to getting to 50% gender balance by 2020. We were 45% female in 2017 across our funding panels, 46% in 2018. The direction of travel is getting there. We look at it every quarter within the senior management team in Welcome and put pressure on the funding teams to make sure that we are moving in the right direction. It's somewhere between a target and a quota, but we certainly have that aspiration. In terms of outcomes, we had 46% of successful applicants being female in 2014 and 51% in 2018. But, and it's a huge but, at a lower application rates at senior levels for the senior awards. So that is an issue that I think we are thinking quite deeply about to try and figure out what to do next. Stepping back for a second, I think some of the points raised earlier on consciousness, what Caroline was talking about, is really important for us in Welcome, because the quotas matter and the numbers do matter, and we're trying to be as transparent as we can. We're not publishing anything. If we don't publish the data, it's because we haven't actually broken it out yet, but we will publish it if we have. But it's the consciousness that matters. The person who put this on our agenda was someone called Danny Trull, who was a city trader and came over to Welcome to run our endowment from the city, from that culture, and in many ways embodied that culture. He retired last year. But he was the one, he was a male champion that said week after month after year in Welcome, we must have a stronger inclusion imperative and diversity imperative. And I think male leaders do matter. I speak as a slightly conflicted person on that. I think also intersectionality has come up today, and I think it's really important that we do think about that as part of this discussion. I hope that we do. So for us, whilst we know that we're getting there on equality of outcome, sort of fair outcomes by gender, we also know that if you're a white woman, you're more likely to do better applying to Welcome than if you're a non-white woman. And that is an issue. And it's actually, if you look at the statistics, one of the biggest problems we have is thinking about how our processes both advantage and disadvantage candidates declaring disabilities and candidates from non-white backgrounds. So major issues for us. And it comes back to then how we as leaders, and we are all leaders in this room, how we can send a visible message. So I've done a tiny thing on just saying I won't sit on all male panels, and I think I've rejected 7 or 8 opportunities to speak and have put forward, whenever I can, women to speak instead of me, and I'm trying to do that more and more, partly because speaking on panels makes me nervous anyway. The next step, though, that I've been challenged is about accessibility. So don't sit on a panel in an inaccessible room. And frankly, I look around today, I would really struggle to get into this room and navigate this room if I wasn't able-bodied. And I think when we think about those visible commitments, we need to follow through and make sure that we are thinking about the breadth of people who we wish to be in that conversation. Geography, ethnicity, declared and undeclared disability, they all matter. So for me, I'm not there yet on quite squaring how on earth I'm going to do this accessible sort of panels question, but it's something I want to do, and I think it's important that when we see an issue, and I haven't looked outside, I'm afraid, and I will do on the way out, is this an accessible room? And we need to make sure we're looking at that. Final couple of thoughts about what we're doing within Welcome. So we are piloting unconscious bias training. We're going to pilot it with the panels as well. Training isn't always the answer, but it's a start, and it starts a consciousness process. Our gender pay gap was not good. 20% in 2017, 17% in 2018. It's driven by a small number of the highest paid people in Welcome being male. We are looking broadly across both senior and equal pay across the organisation. We've got further to go, and we know that. We're trying to get behind it to look at inclusion. So how do people feel about the way that Welcome works? Whoever you are, do you feel included in decision making? And for me, that's a really important part of this. And a final point, and I'm sorry that I've taken liberties, calling out a few of the cults and power dynamics that we see around the place. The cult of the individual genius, that troubles me. The power that attaches to individuals in academia, often men, not always, but often, that troubles me. The cult of dinners. So in science policy, everyone does their bloody business by dinner. This is not true in other sectors. It is not normal. I love going to dinner with Richard and with Jocalyn, with everyone else. I did on Tuesday. It was a challenging experience for both of us. We got a lot of business done. I would much rather we did that during office hours. Thank you very much. I have a partner who I love dearly. We wish to start a family one day. I'm sorry, Richard, we're not going to be able to go to dinner if we do that. So can we please call time on out-of-hours socialising if we have other things that we want to do outside of work as well? It is partly gender-driven, I know, but it's not exclusively. So let's be clear about that. And then finally, also the affinity of the cult of activity. So in Welcome, we're looking at whether we want to do a 4-day week, whether that will make us more impactful as an organisation. We have not decided that yet. We may decide not to for lots of good reasons. It has drawn out something from academia that I think we do need to call out, because I think it does lead to gendered outcomes. This thing of saying, I have to be spending every hour of my life doing my work in order to be valid as a human being. I've grown up in an academic family. I have seen it in other generations. I've worked in places other than academia. It is not as bad in other places as it is in academia. I wish that we could call time also on the cult of activity. The 4-day week thing has been a start of a conversation for us, but I hope it leads to a broader conversation that says it's about quality and value, not just volume and quantity. So I hope that days like today help to both be focused about the issues that we see when we talk about a specific question, gender biased, gender issues, but also draw out and look more intersectionally at whether there are the broader cultural underpinnings that trouble us.
Thank you, Ed. Can I take any questions from the audience for any of the panelists? Yes. Would you introduce yourself just briefly?
And I wanted to ask the founders represented on the panel whether they do have any specific guidelines for peer reviewers to assess inclusion of sex and gender into the research proposal, but also to alert reviewers to possible gender biases in selection, in publication, and so on. Because what I observe is that funders put shiny statements on their websites and they say, we do this, we do that, but in fact it's peer reviewers who make decisions and funders don't have any power, they just go with the recommendations of the panel. And I'm not aware of any single funder who provides specific guidelines to peer reviewers to make them aware of the importance of sex and gender as variables, but also possible biases in their assessment. So do you think it's possible for funders to develop guidelines and basically to have more power over peer reviewers? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would Tammy or Ed? Tammy? Yeah.
Sure. So actually what I might do is see if you could pass your microphone to Dr. Kara Tannenbaum. Kara is the scientific director of CIHR's Institute for Gender and Health, and she has spearheaded a wonderful initiative where we actually now are at that point of having sex and gender-based analysis kind of required in applications as well as the peer review. So Kara, over to you.
Thank you very much. Canada actually has a sex and gender-based analysis policy for all of its health portfolio, which means that the taxpayer dollars invested in research need to lead to findings that are applicable and benefit all persons. So 4 years, well, actually in 2010, we put a mandatory box on our applications where applicants have to check off whether they consider sex as a biologic variable in the design, analysis and interpretation of the findings of their research, and whether they consider gender, 2 separate questions, in the design, analysis methods and interpretation of the findings. And it used to be that only if you checked off yes did we provide space for you to explain how, so the peer reviewers could assess that. Now if you check off no, you also have to justify why it's excluded. What happened when I came on is that a young investigator stood up in the audience and said, I've been filling out that box for 5 years and I have never gotten a comment back about if what I write makes sense. Is it quality? Is it affecting the score? And that really got to us. So we worked hard over the next few years to put in place what we call a sex and gender-based analysis research action plan for peer review. And starting a year ago, we put a new box, we have a lot of boxes on our applications, in the peer reviewer assessment form, where you cannot submit your peer review online unless you also comment on the assessment of sex and gender. We did that the first year. It was a freestanding box. We got a lot of pushback. We had to do a lot of supporting. You don't educate reviewers because they know everything, and you don't train reviewers because they're the ones who train the researchers. So language is important, but we have a YouTube video. If you go to the YouTube video, just put sex and gender peer review, Canadian Institute of Health Research, and we actually give criteria for what makes a strong application for sex, what makes a weak application for gender, and we list all the criteria. We give the reasons and we give the cases where it might be not applicable, because of course the fundamental scientists say, well, do you expect everyone to be considering sex as a biologic variable, and certainly gender, isn't applicable. We have not attributed a score. We worked with the NIH to, we did a few forums about whether there should be a score attributed to gender and sex in the content of the application, and it was felt that, like any other factor in rigor, reproducibility, and inclusion, these are part of the methods, and if it's a fatal flaw, it's a fatal flaw. If it's not, then it should contribute with all the other aspects of the methods that you evaluate. So we also put on our peer review committee a sex and gender expert. So when selecting the members, we have someone with expertise on the committee. We recently met with the chairs of all the peer review committees to see if there was standardization in the way the sex and gender was being assessed. It's still a bit of a work in progress. We're currently doing an audit. I got the stats last night, and we looked at the concordance between what the researcher said, whether sex and gender were applicable, and what the peer reviewer said. And sometimes the applicant said it was applicable, and the peer reviewer said it wasn't. So there's still work to be done. This is a policy in the sense that we have an action plan, and we're pretty excited about it, but it's tricky. Definitely tricky. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I think Ed had something to say on the question
Very short.
as well.
So we have asked people to proactively consider the biases they may bring into the room. We are thinking about how we can get unconscious bias training for the peer reviewers who do the funding panels for us. But actually there is a point at which this becomes a challenge. So the way that we're going to crack this is for those people coming into the room on the funding panels to be clear about their own biases and bring the behaviours that give us the best chance of success as a system. We in the Wellcome Trust have traded on and relied on the expert insights we get from our panels. And just as the last speaker said, sometimes there is a pushback in saying, don't train me, I'm the expert here. We are going to collectively have to challenge ourselves and challenge those people who sit on those panels to model the behaviours we wish to see. I think in Wellcome we can push ourselves to call out that when we see it. But I think if we as a funder are going to get further and further and further and further into policing in the room, we can do, but that does come with a risk and a cost too. And I think it's necessary but not sufficient to do that, and we need to think about what are people bringing into the room as those experts. So I'm afraid there is a sort of, we're doing something, we want to do more, but it won't be enough.
No, just jump in for the U.S. context. As Kara already said, the NIH has those checkboxes and has been working towards those things. We also, like Tammy said, do implicit bias training for all our reviewers, but I'll make a very clear point that the reviewers for the NSF do not make the decisions. They do not make selections, they do not make awards, they make recommendations. And so we leave it to our agency, and for me as a program director, to both convene a panel and to make the decisions. And we do not always go with the highest ranked proposals because we see some of the things that Holly mentioned, these systemic bias, these individual effects, and these sort of performance effects that we have. So I think agencies can take more control over this process when they see that it's happening, and not leave it to sort of the numbers.
I've sat on lots of panels and I've been interviewed by lots of panels, including Wellcome. My experience is that regardless of unconscious bias training, so I think unconscious bias training is excellent, been through many various versions of it, and despite that, you can still be faced with questions or hear other panel members raise questions that, for example, Dr. Gandhi, you've had a drop in your productivity for the last 2 years. The answer screaming in my head is I've been very productive. I've had 2 children in 1 year. But the question gets asked because despite unconscious bias training, people aren't really always aware. And then the panel quota or the representation on panels of people who wouldn't ask those questions because they're aware of flexible training or they're aware of other forms of training or and gender issues may not pose the question. So I think we talk about unconscious bias training being the answer, but there is an element about evaluation of performance and evaluation of people of different gender and different career trajectories. So it doesn't just it's not just a gender issue that is not still mitigated by implicit bias training, that still requires representation on panels of diverse groups of people.
Thank you. Some more questions from the audience?
Yes, thank you. Michelle Khan from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Couldn't agree more with the last point. If only training of clinicians, teachers, academics, children would actually work. The point I'd like to make, I just want to commend everyone who's made the point that we need to think about disadvantaged groups other than just women. Holly, thank you for saying that, and to Ed. So here I'd like to raise the point to the Canadian Institute. Perhaps it would be useful, it sounds like you have a great data set to look at how ethnic minority scientists are doing, and to Ed to say, perhaps look at educational backgrounds, non-Oxbridge versus Oxbridge, and here I say this as someone who has been to Cambridge, so I want to advocate for a group that I'm part of and not part of, so I think it is really, really important to look at these broader issues around disadvantage. Thanks.
Tiny example from Wellcome. So I've taken off all of the educational qualification requirements for the policy roles in Wellcome. I've noticed in government and elsewhere, there's often an inverse correlation between someone who's exceptionally well qualified and their ability to actually do the job. But actually, ditching it all together we're getting there. We're still not where we want to be, but I totally agree with you. Let's look at sort of intrinsic stuff rather than proxies as well, and just be aware of our biases with that.
Okay. Yes, another question, but quite briefly so that we can take more, please.
Hi, my name's Carmen Soto. I chair the Women in Academic Medicine group at the British Medical Association. I'm also involved in supporting academic trainees. It's wonderful to hear how much work the funders are doing at the selection level and grant awarding. But the real challenge we get is this leaky pipeline where trainees are dropping out left, right and centre, and we're losing women at those higher ends. So I think my real question is, what do we do about implementing these great policies you've got at the selection level and making sure that the trainees who are actually coming through feel the benefit of that? Because we continually hear stories about women who are told they can't take maternity leave from their grant because they will lose their place on their papers, that they cannot go less than full time because they will have their status in the group withdrawn. And all of these are women funded by very, very eminent funders in the UK. So how do we implement these great policies at the top level and actually make sure that people involved reap the benefits?
Thank you. Ed, you sound like you want to come.
Sorry, I'm nodding aggressively. I've got to stop speaking. I'm sorry. We are going as far as we can return to work and having specific guidance around that and having specific allowance in that and trying to think about how we do it as effectively as possible. I suspect we have further to go. We've just announced also allowing people to use conference childcare costs when they go to conferences and there's allowable cost on grants to try and say, look, it shouldn't be, if you want to do it, it shouldn't necessarily be a barrier. I think there is more that funders can do, and I agree with you at the bottom end of the coming through and really, really matters because we're screwed if we screw that bit up. I think also there is that thing about, I take the point actually on the recommendations versus decision point, but those questions come from panel members. We do need to call it out and we do need to take it on, and I think it is some of that sense of, how do we as a community, a much broader community, think about how we support the whole life course for a researcher of any background at any point with specific emphasis on where there are those specific issues.
Yeah, at the back.
Matheny Donald. I'm a physicist, in fact, but been working on gender issues for many years. I wanted to ask about publications. We haven't really heard much about that, and there is increasing evidence that women are disadvantaged when it comes to the refereeing process, when it comes to where their names sit in the list of authors and all the rest of it. And for the funders, how can you factor that, or how can we, the community, put pressure on the Natures, the Cells, the Lancet about these kinds of issues? Because I think that starts so early, and that disadvantage builds up into the systemic problems that we've heard about.
I mean, I think this is a beautiful tie back to Holly's work and looking at the person versus the kind of project that they're going to do. If we look at the metrics, if we reduce an individual down to numbers, right now, women aren't doing as well. They don't have as many productions independently. They're not in lead authorship roles on those things. And we know a lot of the mechanisms that are leading to that. So I think that there's a lot that we can do to change what that picture looks like. But as funders, I think we have to be very careful. We have to understand and be sensitive to how we're evaluating in that context. We have to understand these sort of systemic biases that have led to these very different CVs for men and women, and we have to evaluate accordingly. So I think that's a really, really essential point when we're looking at people and trying to make those decisions, again, based on proxies, not on content.
Can I just add? Yes. One of the strongest unconscious biases I think you face are questions like, was it really you, lead author, first author, which my male peers just don't get. Was it really you who led this study, or were you part of a team? And in fact, you sit on panels and you see that being asked again and again of female authors and female scientists, and part of it feeds into the sort of invisibility effect of the success and the achievements that women are making that are recognised by panels. And that can be position of authorship. But even with equal authorship, you can have a female author, first author on a science or cell paper, and an equivalent male, and the question still gets asked of the female author. So even when the metrics are equalised, there's still a lack of recognition. So the invisibility problem, I think, about women's achievements is a major one, and again, one that speaks to how panels behave when they're judging.
Pat O'Connor, University of Limerick, Ireland. I'm wondering what the panel's reaction would be if I said that it's impossible to change, to have changes at the research level without actually changing the higher education system. And how do you think your research institutions can be useful levers in this context?
Cassidy?
I'll start with one thing, and I think that's a much longer conversation than I probably have in a soundbite. One of my concerns, at least with the US context, and I think it's true everywhere, is the change of looking at a grant from an input variable into the research process and moving it to an output variable. So winning a grant is now the thing that you've done. I have $2 million and I've won. It's a metric that's going to go on. It's going to be used in evaluation and promotion committees. And I think that we need to fight back against that a little bit. I think that creates another incentive structure that cumulatively disadvantages certain groups. I think we should look at our resources as funding as more of an input variable. I think we need to make that, we need to articulate that to the universities, and I think that will change some of these mechanisms. But I agree with you. I think the way we evaluate scholars right now is fundamentally biased and privileges certain groups. And I think that there is a relationship that we can have between editors, between funders, and between institutions. I think that conversation, that discourse has to happen with all actors at the table in order to make any change in this direction.
In fact, I think it goes even further back to possibly preschool. We can keep rolling it back, because women are less willing to compete, or there's lab evidence that women will be less willing to opt for a tournament than a man. Women are less willing to negotiate, and so on. So yeah, layers of it.
Gillian Hawker, University of Toronto. Just to that question, one of the things we've been working on in our department is a focus on impact, that really grants and publications are process indicators. And if we really look at impact, we've got some great stories of women who, with little funding and without the big New England paper or Lancet paper, have really changed health outcomes. So I think that's one of the ways that we could do it. But my question is about parental leave. As a chair of a department, when we look at promotions, etc., we have a stop clock process. But at the end of the day, you've still got an area under the curve, and it's very, very hard to say, well, what do? Do we just expect less from women? I also know lots of women, including myself, who worked right through any kind of mat leave and got research done. How at the end of the day do we factor in parental leave? And while I agree that increasingly our male colleagues are taking parental leave, it's different. And it's still kind of hard to have a baby and be breastfeeding and up all night, and it's tough, and your brain is dead. So I guess all that whole time before and after when you come back to work. So how do we really factor in that lost time in looking at careers?
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say that you're so right, Gillian. I mean, there's one thing about having a bit of a stopwatch and stopping the clock. What we've done at CIHR is actually extend the period. So if you were asked to provide your publications within the past 5 years, but you've taken a couple of years off for parental leave or for other reasons as well, you're actually allowed to comment on your publications for a 7-year period. So kind of the 5 plus whatever length of time you've taken away. That's a step in the right direction, but it's not going to be sufficient. I think some people kind of then might view it as, why do you get 7 years and I only get 5? And I think there's also a question, and I say this having been in the academy at one point in my life and sort of left it for a lot of the reasons that we're talking about here, is what happens to your research program when you go on leave? Are the institutions themselves actually fostering it to continue in your absence, or are you feeling guilted into kind of keeping it running from a distance and all of that it brings along? So it's an important consideration. It's parental leave, and I think we have to go beyond that to think about it being family leave, recognizing partners, aging parents, and all of that. We have to think about this as a society, because otherwise, we're going to end up in a situation that we're not too proud of.
But I'd like to push on this a little bit, and I know this may be unpopular and maybe fall into Ed's cult of busyness, but I would like to see us think more about other policies, not ways for women to leave, but for allowing them to stay and to be in their labs and to be participating. So instead of saying, I'm going to provide more money for you to take a longer leave, I'm going to provide money for you to have an extra postdoc, because you need to keep your lab running, you need to keep things moving while you're there. So instead of stopping the clock, I would like to see us think about how they can continue their clock while they attend to these other domestic responsibilities. So for me, I think we can be more creative. It's not just leaving, it's also staying.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we've got a few minutes left. No. Okay. So we're going to wrap up this session. In fact, Cassidy's last words are a good point of closure for the next session, led by Imogen Coe from Ryerson University, who's going to talk about institutional barriers to retention and development. Okay.
Thank you very much, Sonia. Thank you so much, Sonia and panelists. I'm just jumping in here because I have a bit of housekeeping, but I'll invite Imogen, please, to make her way. Fabulous discussion and hitting a lot of cues that we will continue to uncover and discuss in our next session on institutional environments, and then later when we're talking about diversity for science, I think a lot of the points that have been raised we'll be able to continue. I just had 2 questions. One, is the sound at the back of the room okay? Yes, Jenna, thank you. There's a tiny bit of feedback up here. There's some buzzing, so I'm not sure, Richard, if you're able to monitor that. And then I've also been asked to ask you and those on live stream to pose your questions to our final session on our Twitter feed, on your Twitter feed using the hashtag #LancetWomen. And those questions will be gathered by Liz and Sarah to guide session 4. So over to you, Imogen. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
So I would like to echo the thanks that other speakers and panelists have made to the Lancet for putting together this spectacular issue, for including my work and my collaborators' work, and as both a Canadian and a British citizen, it's a thrill to bring networks together and to bring experts from all over the world together to share best practices and to learn from each other. So it's a great pleasure then for me to introduce our next speaker, and that's Professor Tim Dornan. Tim is from Queen's University in Belfast, and he will be speaking to, you can find his information in his bio in the handout, speaking to why do women leave surgical training. Thanks, Tim. Over to you.
First slide, please. On the left-hand side of this slide, you'll see Ria Liang in scrubs. Ria is a young consultant breast surgeon in Brisbane. She's not in a faculty position, she's in a service position. And she conducted master's research, which she's published in the Lancet. She also recently got a prestigious fellowship from the States, and this was the first time this had ever been brought to Australia. Could you imagine what a loss it had been if during training Ria had decided that she would not persist with that? On the right-hand side is Deborah Nestel, who is not a surgeon, but an expert in surgical education, a world-leading expert in that, who pursues equity. I'm the third member of the team. I don't live in Australia, which is why I'm presenting on behalf of the team. I was a consultant physician, and my contribution to the research was qualitative research methodology and expertise in critical social science. Next slide, please. This slide speaks for itself. Purple is women, green is men, black is people who chose to withdraw. Over 50%, differs a bit between countries, of medical students are women, 10% of surgeons are men. You can see that training is a pinch point at which women leave surgery. Next slide, please. Now, this choice to leave surgery deprives society of able surgeons to be. In fact, the evidence is that, if anything, they are at least as or more able than the men who enter surgery. And it deprives opportunity to the people who leave and opportunity for patients. Next slide, please. Something very striking about this research is that women who left within an average of 6 to 18 months after starting surgical training might have wanted to be surgeons from teenage. So it seems something happens at that pinch point which leaves women to choose to leave. Next slide, please. Now, this slide, I don't have a pointer, so I'll try and talk you through it, compares research to date with our research. Research to date has looked at people who remain in the masculinized profession of surgery. And what's novel about what Ria did was to identify those who left. Now, the methods that have generally been used are quantitative. And this has two major consequences. The first of them is, if you do quantitative, I've called it epidemiological research, you can demonstrate associations, but associations are not necessarily cause. So supposing you showed that, that more women who left surgery came from rural locations, where would that take you in terms of taking action? But there's a more sinister problem, and that is that in a masculinized discipline, if the people who remain in the discipline, as they will do, determine that which is measured, the so-called objective process of measurement may itself contain systematic bias. So I would conclude that for a number of reasons, the actual potential impact on policy of research to date, to a certain degree because it's quantitative, has been limited. Now, this research is qualitative, And actually the research became almost a sort of cause célèbre in Australia because there was an opportunity for people who'd been brutalised by the system, and they became active participants in the research. Now, what I think people often don't understand is that qualitative research is an exceptionally good way of understanding causality in complex social systems. And the other thing is it's equitable in the sense that if you use an open exploratory method, it's entirely up to the research subjects to frame the research. It's not done a priori. And so I would argue, and I guess today's a bit of a test case for that it has the potential for great policy impact. Next slide, please. Now, the results of the study, I'm going to skip over pretty quickly because they may not completely surprise you. Demands of the job, poor learning opportunities, and then there are more specifically female issues, bullying and harassment, lack of female role models, an important one, intolerance of pregnancy and parenthood discrimination. We found some new reasons, which were lack of independent support to women, poor mental health, gendered unavailability of leave. One of the things that I think is very important in terms of oppression of minorities is it's very difficult to speak out because of fear of repercussions when your livelihood depends on it. Next slide, please. So imagine you're saying, what's new here? That was all pretty obvious, wasn't it? But actually, what the approach that was taken in this work can do is it can get below the surface of the correlating numbers to uncover complex social interrelationships. Next slide, please. Now, this is a little bit complex, but it shows it's basically about identity and the way in which identity can cause discriminatory effects in society. So any of us, being a surgeon, has to reconcile the identity of surgeon with the identity of being a person in the world. But if the field of surgery is masculinized, there is less identity distance between surgeon and man. And if, on the other hand, you're a woman, and the identity of surgeon is institutionally constructed as male, then there is a greater distance and there is more social and emotional work that has to be done to lead your professional life. Next slide, please. Now, what the study showed, which is very important, is that in some respects the gendered effect was a tipping point which took women beyond a point of no return. So exhaustion, lack of opportunity to learn, and bullying, for example, are things which sadly are quite common in surgical training. There's plenty of other research that shows this. But the impetus to leave in one of the subjects in our study was that a male colleague was granted leave to train part-time to accommodate child rearing. But when a woman in the peer group applied for leave to do that, it was judged to be an invalid reason for leave. Next slide, please. Now, this, I'm afraid, again, is a bit complicated, but the key thing is, what is the policy implication of this? Now, this is where complexity thinking and qualitative research may lead you to surprising places, and ones that are a bit different from some of the things that are being said in the panel discussion just now. The obvious solution, I should explain that in sort of complexity thinking, you think of how context activates mechanisms which lead to outcomes. So supposing you took gender-based affirmative action, targeting interventions at women surgeons, obvious, isn't it? What you may do is to exaggerate the otherness of women, which may actually increase genderized behavior. It may imply that women need special treatment and worsen tensions between men and women. It may alienate men and actually reduce the collegial support to women. So what this study suggests is actually the precise opposite of what common sense would dictate, that if you really want to benefit women, you should benefit everybody and address the root problem, which is the harsh conditions of training, and that the prediction would be that if you do that, then you will actually retain men as well as women. but that the statistical likelihood is that because women are selectively affected by inequity, you'll actually retain more women. There's a very good quote from H.L. Mencken, who says, behind every complex human problem, there's a simple solution: neat, plausible, and wrong. Next slide, please. So I'm going to leave you just for a second to read this. If I try to read it, my failure to have an Australian accent will rather spoil it. But I just leave you for a second to read that, and then I'm going to come to the epilogue of my talk. Now, Jocalyn, you asked us to provide a jumping board for broader discussion of institutional barriers to advancement. And I heard a fabulous phrase in the first presentation, which I've slightly reworded. Ooh, excuse me, that's my timer saying that. I've got 10 seconds left. I'm going to rephrase this. Well-behaved researchers rarely make history. Now, there is another general medical journal which happens also to be located in London, and I'm going to read pretty well verbatim their stance on qualitative research. It says, qualitative research is an extremely low priority on the grounds that it is not interesting to general clinical readers, doesn't add much, and is of little practical value. Now, those of you who've read the work of Thomas Kuhn, his seminal book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, will recognize that this is what is described as normal science, which defends the establishment against the force of change. We qualitative researchers, like women surgeons, are, with today as a notable exception, an oppressed minority. And we are oppressed, ladies and gentlemen, by the hegemony of numbers. So I invite you to consider today whether normal science does as much to perpetuate as to correct inequity. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Tim. That was a great lead into our next panel, which will be about those institutional barriers to full inclusion and how identifying and removing those allows us to create a more humane environment for everybody to be able to bring their best work to science and medicine. And I will add my comments that this is not an accessible podium, and that we must always view all of these discussions through an intersectional lens and take into account those people from marginalized populations who are not in the room. So when I'm giving talks, I always encourage people to look around the room and see who's not here, and consider how we can make sure in the future that they are always included. So we will now break for lunch. Everybody is invited to go downstairs to, let me see which room it is, the Regent Suite downstairs for lunch. If I could beg the indulgence of the people on the panel following lunch, just so that I can have a quick word with you, because we probably should have a quick word so I know what you look like and I can pronounce your names right. And if everybody could be back here very promptly at 1 p.m., we will start exactly at 1 p.m. If you're not in the room, you're going to miss out on something. Thanks. How's everybody doing? Good. Good oxygen intake, some glucose there over lunch. I heard some very intense conversations going on, lots of networking. That's just as important as the things that you're hearing up here. So please continue to use the opportunity of the breaks for networking. So we're going to move to the second part of our session on institutional barriers to retention and advancement. And I am delighted that I and some of my colleagues were able to contribute a review on this topic. And if I could call to the stage the panel, Nala Gafur, Behruz Nezafat Maldonado, Nana Odom, Gigi Osler, and Elizabeth Villanti. All of the bios are in your package, and so you can read up about them there. Sit at this end. Yeah, that's fine, I can stand. So, thank you very much. And so one of the things that we talk about in our article is the different places along kind of a trainee development pathway where there might be institutional interventions around how, okay, there's something going on over there. How different levels of sort of institutional intervention where we might have actions to embrace or promote gender equity. So I'm going to ask you different questions based on your kind of where you are in your pathway. And I'm going to start with Gigi. As the president of the Canadian Medical Association and as a leader, a national leader for the medical profession, to speak to the issues of what do you do as a leader around promoting gender equity in, for instance, medicine?
Thanks for the question. And so to give you a little bit of introduction as to who I am an ENT surgeon, and I really enjoyed the last presentation on why women lead surgery. The Canadian Medical Association is the national advocacy body of Canadian physicians. We are 151 years old, and in our 151-year history, I'm the 8th female president, the first female surgeon, and the first woman of color. So when I stepped into the presidency last August, I thought very long and very hard about how I was going to use my voice and this platform. And it became very clear to me after I started how important representation is. I can't tell you how many women in particular, young women and women of color, who have come up to me to say, I'm so excited to have you in this position. I have never seen someone who looks like me in that type of leadership position. And so, as leaders, I think we can advocate for structures and processes. For example, standardized policies and procedures, transparent, adequate, and safe reporting procedures. I think we set the culture. And there is a very lovely paper from the University of Toronto, so shout out to my U of T colleagues. Dr. Nancy Baxter, as a surgeon, was one of the co-authors. And in it she states that the standard you walk past is the standard you accept. So as leaders, we have a responsibility for creating, nurturing, and fostering collegial, professional, respectful cultures that welcome inclusivity and diversity and work-life integration. And then as leaders, we need more strong leaders. We need more diversity in leadership. And when I think diversity, going back to Dr. Koh's point earlier, I don't think just women. I also look around the table and I think, who is not here? Why aren't they here? How can I make it easier for them to get here? Look at your leaders, and are they using their power for equity and justice? Because in Canada in particular, we are talking about more cultural competency and cultural safety for our patients. And I truly believe that we can get better cultural competency and better cultural safety with better diversity and better inclusivity.
So intentional leadership, intentionality around making sure representation is there, and intentionality around developing policies and processes and challenging perhaps some of the old-fashioned ways of thinking, which you can do as a leader.
Yes, and that's very well put to say that it's intentional. And I think it has to be intentional, and I think it has to be explicit as well.
And I just want to go to Nala, because you're also a leader, but in a very different kind of context. So what are the sort of challenges and the actionable things that you can do, or you've seen, or would like to do in your environment? And maybe give a little bit of background about your area.
I'm a clinical oncologist working in Sudan, which is south of Egypt. And there's a lot of cultural, religious, and even institutional and laws that put the situation of women so much different from men. And I managed to, with a lot of difficulties, to be in a senior position and to lead some services in the hospital and training. So I'm head of an institution where we are training like 2,000 people every year. We are giving short courses through Comboni College. And a lot of people come to me and they know that I'm the director of the courses, and they say, you must have worked very hard to reach this position. And I know, I did, because a lot of barriers for women are happening subconsciously. And even now, doing a lot of work and proving myself, still senior administration would promote a male colleague who has done almost nothing. And I think it's a long way for women to go, but having role models and this idea of having quotas or seats for women is very important. Because I don't think that the women are not qualified, but I think they are qualified, but they are set back.
So we actually, one of my co-authors is from South Africa, and she mentions some of the legislated quotas that are used in certain environments to actually overcome those barriers that are the sort of subversive ones or the implicit ones. So, and do you think, both Gigi and Nala, that you have a responsibility as a woman leader to be a role model?
Yes. We have that responsibility, and also in our position as leaders, because we meet other junior colleagues, it's our responsibility to help them, to guide them, to go ahead.
So that's a burden of work, though, I think, that we need to be aware of. So going to a different point in the sort of pathway to the trainee level. So I'll ask, let me get your name right. Daruz? Okay. And then to Elizabeth. As a trainee coming through the medical profession, do you feel like you received enough training integrated into your training around equity, why it was important, how to make it happen, what you could actually do actively, how to be an ally, that kind of thing?
So I think, at least in the UK, during my times at university, we had some out-of-hours teaching around sex education, sexual assault, consent, and that sort of thing, which I think are quite relevant in the future, just because if we look at the violence that trainees face during training, a lot of it is around sexual harassment and assault, and so it's quite important to have that ingrained into the curriculum quite early on. However, I don't think that enough importance was given to it, and it was more of like an ad hoc, like if you've got time, come to this, instead of actually being ingrained. And now, as an actual trainee in a hospital, I don't think enough training is given in terms of what the policies are, what is the process if you do want to highlight that something has happened, and what repercussions are there for, like, how confidential is it, who would be involved in that process, because I think that those are the sort of things that draw people back from actually putting forward a complaint. They worry about what would actually happen, and I would like to encourage for more of that to be talked about, and actually make it more normalized, that you would say this is wrong and it shouldn't happen again.
So have it integrated into the educational pathway and actually have everybody trained around core competencies of gender bias, implicit bias, policies, process, that kind of thing. Did you ever get anything like bystander training? or what to say when somebody says something that's a microaggression?
No, I don't think formally that wasn't really part of the curriculum now.
How about Elizabeth?
So thank you for the question. I agree with a lot of what's been said, and truthfully, I think the question has now turned, and I'm grateful for it, that it's no longer a question of will this happen, but when will it happen? And I think that's really beginning to sink in. And with that, I didn't receive formal training. I'm a little bit older, I think, than my colleague over here, and it wasn't part of my curriculum. And so when I was a medical student, I remember receiving training of how to have difficult conversations with breaking bad news to patients, how do you convey that information, but never was I told or given lines of what to say when a patient actually insulted me, or what if a patient said something to me that made me feel uncomfortable or unsafe. And I think we often had left it, well, the trainee will figure it out. They'll learn from example from leaders. But if there's not many female leaders, you don't have very many examples. And so bystander training was not a thing. I'm now becoming more cognizant of it, and I do see the trainings are coming, especially for faculty members. But I haven't yet seen a curriculum for our students, which is something that we're beginning to look at and developing so that they can have lines and so that you can be ready when these encounters occur.
And making sure it's integrated into the curriculum and normalizing it and having everybody participate.
Correct.
Because Nana, we talked a little bit before lunch around the experiences that you've had around microaggressions and the way it's made you feel. So speak a little bit about that, and then maybe what could people have done? Would the other side of microaggressions is micro-sponsorship. Would those things have made a difference in your career pathway?
Oh, thank you. So before I answer that question, I'll talk briefly about my background. So I'm a clinical engineer. I started from a technician role and currently doing my professional doctorate in clinical biomedical engineering. So all through my career, I have in a way navigated it through by my own efforts, I would say, and through a lot of hard work, determination, and perseverance. Until recently, I was fortunate to be awarded the Chief Scientific Officers Fellowship, which is an initiative with the WISE, which is Women in Science and Engineering, which provides mid-career healthcare scientists with opportunities to develop as future leaders, but also to provide a platform to share our stories and also to inspire the next generation. So I support, so WISE is actually, WISE, the campaign is bridging the gender balance in science, technology, and engineering from classroom to boardroom. We tend to focus on tertiary, those who have completed tertiary early careers, but it starts from the grassroots or from children. So I support and I back the gender balance campaign from classroom, and that's why I am here today, because it's provided me with that platform. One example of aggression I have been in is when a colleague actually looked me in my face and said, "You are not an engineer." Because I don't use screwdrivers, because I sit at a computer and program. But I also had colleagues who were using the same IT skills to solve to contribute to those solutions that we're offering to patients. In that heat of the moment, from my cultural background as well, I didn't even pick it up. And someone actually overheard the conversation and whistle blew. And so following on from this, I've reflected on it, and I feel that to be able to provide people the tools, some of these stories should be made available so that people are aware that if this conversation is happening, this is where it's going to go. And either you raise it there, otherwise, I've lived and I still sometimes want to go into the workshop because I feel if I don't go into the workshop, if I don't open up a piece of kit, I'm not an engineer. But it's so, it's unconscious, and that takes you, it carries on with you. So it's very important that some of these things are dealt with, but we need those narratives out there. We need those data. We need those stories for everyone to be aware and how to react to these when they do happen.
Yeah. So that's absolutely critically important, is sharing your story. for people to learn what the things are that are impactful and hurtful and insulting, and for other people to learn how to be allies. And I'm a woman in science with white skin and a posh British accent by Canadian standards. So I sound different from Hillary, different part of the country, and people make judgments. My friend Hillary Lappin-Scott over there, great advocate, yay. And so people make judgments about your class, and I've had great privilege as somebody with this accent and white skin, and therefore I have a responsibility to be really intentional about micro-sponsorships in the presence of microaggressions when somebody says, you don't look like an engineer. And so I think we need to learn those skills, but also the storytelling, coming back to that, absolutely critical and really, really important, and qualitative data. Qualitative data, we need to share those stories. I'm going to come back to Gigi because some of the issues that I have noticed in the Canadian context and moving around different sort of countries and looking at how different places deal with it is that Canadians are very polite. We don't like people to be uncomfortable. We don't like discomfort, and I think there's a bit of a human nature thing there. Do you think that's a problem when it comes to storytelling and sharing the stories and shining the light on some of the really bad, nasty stuff that's going on?
And I first just want to apologize for being so polite. That's a joke. Canadians are polite, but I think these conversations are difficult. I think they're difficult conversations to have, perhaps more so difficult in other cultures and other countries. And we are in a medical culture where much of the microaggressions are normalized or minimized or treated with indifference. Oh, you're too sensitive. And so as a leader, I think part of our intentional, explicit responsibility has to be to change culture and to call those out. And to loop back to what Liz was saying earlier, leaders need bystander training as well. It may be common and standard in some institutions, but it certainly isn't standard. And so I think from the bottom up, top down, we all need that bystander training so that when something happens, particularly to a learner, the responsibility for calling it out and dealing with it doesn't just fall on the learner. And those of us who are in positions of power and privilege know how to respond so that our learners feel valued and feel safe.
And is that something, both Nala and you, is that something that you can bring to your communities as leaders and push harder and get more done? I don't know if you can make it mandatory or whatever for doctors. Is it something that you can do readily, you are doing, you have plans to do, you're seeing happening? Where are we at with that actual institutional cultural change?
So I'll talk very briefly. So within Canada, I am fortunate to be a part of an association that has taken on equity and diversity, I think, in a more serious manner than we ever had. So they have a president who is speaking out about it. We have just released a position paper on gender equity. And for a policy and advocacy organization, one of the highest achievements, I shouldn't say that, but a big achievement for us is to create a new policy. And so we are in the midst of creating a new policy on equity and diversity. And part of my job is to go around the country and to tell doctors and residents and medical students that a policy is a lever for action and for change. And part of what we as a medical association will and needs to do is enable learners, physicians, to use policy as a lever for change.
Yes, practically I'd like to say that as leaders in our own environments, it's our responsibility to create a female encouraging environment and to support our young junior colleagues to rise and to open a way, because these problems are happening subconsciously. They're whatever there's some sort of abuse or whatever. all these are happening subconscious, but to have an open dialogue and to allow them to come and speak and to solve this.
So creating safe spaces
yes,
to have those conversations.
Yes.
Creating safe spaces to have difficult conversations, and
yes.
then learning how to have difficult conversations, and then so there's the use. You know, in the US context, culturally, again, there are differences. Institutions have different cultures. What's your sense of the policy or the levers or the consequences, maybe? Because policy is great, but without consequences, you won't necessarily see change. What do you see from your institutional context?
So, from the U.S., and you're right, I'm a pulmonary critical care physician at the University of Michigan, and culture change has been a big emphasis after the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine report came out in July. And subsequently, they have gone around the country, I think, similar, with this whole culture change needs to occur. At Michigan, we've had several hearings that were held within the institution at the university level, but then also on the academic side of things, because they end up being different cultures, the way a university functions and the way a medical center functions, and that's just the nature of the jobs. And with that, I think I've seen a great amount of support from like a policy standpoint. So the university has taken strong stances of having stakeholders come and talking about the issues that are out there and how we may begin to address them. I think policy right now is the big thing that we want to see. And you're absolutely right, policies don't mean changes are going to occur. But if you don't have a policy, then you have nothing to stand on. And as a person who looks for policies when things occur, I'm going to the internet and I am Googling, right? If something occurs to me, I'm looking for that policy and I want to be able to read it. And the consequences will come with time, but we need policies in place to let the youngins, us in training, those that are junior faculty, know that there's support from above. Because if there's no support from above, you don't really want to take that leap without risking your career moving forward. And so, yes, at Michigan, we are doing this. We do have culture meetings. There are policies that are coming into place. I sit on committees that are dealing with the patient component of things and getting them on the same page. And I do think it'll slowly start to occur. I think the consequences will start to come as we begin to get more buy-in from both sides.
So, going to the end of it, Nana, what sort of policy changes would you like to see, or that maybe would help somebody like you coming along behind in a career pathway? What do you think should be in place?
So, it's interesting, but from my background, we don't have any mentoring. So I haven't had any mentor until I became a fellow. So having a mentor, I actually see the benefits of mentoring. And so as institution or as an organization, that should be a core of the organization to actually promote that or create the awareness, even as part of induction, that we are an organization that supports mentoring. If you feel you need that, we would support you, and this is where you have to go. If you don't know it, you wouldn't know the benefits, and I feel that changing some of these things would actually improve visibility as well. There's also, as part of mentoring, you also have the reverse mentoring as well, which would also empower other women, because if you're pairing senior leaders with juniors, then you know you have that role model figure and you know that you're able to or aspire to that. So changing those policies around supported.
Right, and I would add to that mentoring, intentional active mentoring, be then recognized by institutions and leaders as a measure of excellence, research excellence. And so that we broaden, we start to think about what does research excellence in a community of scholars actually look like, and supporting our community is one of those things that we expect people to do. It's a core competency. So, Baruz, in your experience, what are the policies or programs that, in addition to the sort of curricular one that you mentioned before?
So I think I really agree with mentorship in terms of a good way forward to bridge those gaps and show good examples. But then I also think that unfortunately in the UK at the moment with the state of the NHS, there's a lot of burden on the health workforce already, which means that we can't foster the kind of working relationships that you need to facilitate and to encourage more diversity within the workforce itself. So I think, I know this is not really an answer to your question, but I think in my context, we need to work to improve the state of the workforce and the working conditions in general, to start with, and then narrow it down slowly using more specific policies, because I think at the moment everyone's, like the whole system's kind of draining in terms of workforce, and unfortunately we see that women are more impacted.
So creating a more humane place for everybody to bring their best. So we're going to move to questions now from the audience, and so there are people with microphones, and in the middle, is that Sharon? Sharon, okay.
Hi, Sharon Strauss, University of Toronto. Thank you. So thanks very much to all the panelists. I just had a question around, we've talked about kind of different policies, and one of the things that I've been very fortunate, I have an amazing chair, Dr. Hawker, who's sitting next to me, and we have noticed that focusing on professionalism is a big aspect, and really promoting civility and professionalism amongst our faculty. And when we did a qualitative project a couple of years ago, one of the things that one of our interviewees, one of the Department of Medicine members did was they drew a 2x2 table, and they had bright positive and negative and asshole positive and negative, and said that in academics we tolerate assholes who are bright, and we promote them and we celebrate them. And so one of the things that my question is we've tried to build on that, and we have tied professionalism into promotion, and will not support somebody going forward for promotion if there's documentation of unprofessional behavior. And so my question is, what should we be doing to promote professionalism in our institutions, because it is all part of this? Thanks.
Who wants to take that? Gigi?
I can start. I will say, what can we do about it? I think you are doing the right thing. I think valuing professionalism and tying it to rewards is a very concrete way to say this is the type of behavior we want to promote. Some other professional, like talking about it, making people aware of it, civility training, all important as well. But I worry sometimes that if it's just, a little tick box, oh, we've done civility training, check. So I think having that concrete strategy to tie behavior to tangible rewards is still unfortunately needed. And the CMA, we speak about professionalism, and there's an intersectionality of professionalism and physician health. We did a National Physician Health Survey 2 years ago, and women physicians in Canada are at higher risk for burnout, depression, and suicidal ideation. And part of what we try to do is weave professionalism in with physician health and promote the values of respect, reciprocity, civility, integrity. But I have to commend you on what you're doing at U of T. I think you are definitely on the right track and a beacon.
Another question at the back there, and we'll come over here.
Thank you. So Helen Stagg, University of Edinburgh. Most UK funders now provide cover for parental leave, which is fantastic, but do not then provide funding to backfill research posts in academia, which categorically leads to young women not being hired for research posts because we're all too afraid that we will have nobody to deliver the research. So, and this is just funders and then academic institutions not stepping in either. Perhaps they don't have the funding. So what can we do as advocates to try and close this gap in some way?
Anybody want to take that? I'm going to look past Gigi. I can answer that because I used to be a hiring dean and an academic leader, and I think it's up to institutions to step up and provide appropriate support. So just as we provide a lab or office for faculty members, we must also provide the resources that they need in order for them to be successful. So I know that there's a program in one of the Canadian funding agencies that's looking at the possibility of providing coverage, funding for postdoc while you go on parental leave. That's an option, but I really think it's, the burden of the work is not on the underrepresented, it's not on the young people taking leave, it's on the institutions, and I'd like to see some academic courage from leaders to do those things, and it's a resource allocation decision. If you want good people and you want to keep them, you look after them.
So I'm a youngish sort of still, early 30s new group leader myself, and I'm slightly worried if I jump up and down and say this, everyone's going to go, she wants the mat leave.
Yes. It should be your chair, it should be your dean, it should be the president of your university, your vice chancellor. And if they're not doing it, they're delinquent. It's a core competency, it's a key performance indicator for a leader. They shouldn't be in those positions if they can't figure out how to make it work. Sorry, it's just kind of a no-brainer.
May I add something? I think our last speaker just before lunch talked about otherness and sort of labeling it as maternity leave or even parental leave, because it's women who take advantage of parental leave more than men. So I loved the idea of expanding it that definition and calling it family leave, because as we get older, more of us have aging parents that we may have to take time off to look after. And labeling it more broadly and more inclusively, I think, eliminates some of that otherness and some of that focus that will be on you as that young woman jumping up and down advocating for this.
It's a human rights issue. We have, young gay men who have to take a leave because they have a new baby. So it's a human rights issue. So I think it's leadership, and there's a lack of leadership. So that would be my take home. That this kind of organization, this kind of gathering is a chance for advocacy in support of better leadership academically, in support of equity, diversity, and inclusion, particularly inclusion. So I could talk for hours. Let's go over here to nice blue, teal colored. Yes.
Thank you. Nisreen Alwan, I'm from the University of Southampton. So more than once today it was mentioned, look who's in the room, look who's not in the room. Can I just add that we also need to listen a bit more closely to people, not just look, listen to people who may not fill our stereotype of saying something important. An example of this is immigrants who constitute a big proportion of the academic and health workforce, who by definition of where they are often overachievers. They grew up different cultures. They may say things in a different way. They may phrase and pitch things in a different way, and then they often, and I see this a lot, and I'm an immigrant myself, they get ignored because they're not saying things in the right way. My question is, and I do have a question, it's not just common, is where do immigrants slot in the intersectionality agenda? Immigrants are not just BAME, they're not only BAME, they have an additional dimension of identity and specific additional challenges, particularly in the current political climate. Thank you.
In terms of immigrants, or I'll talk about myself as a BAME. Sometimes what I want is I don't want to be a statistic, so I am there because of this reason, to tick the boxes, and there's something called positive discrimination. I would rather that there is a level playing field, and that's where the advocacy comes in. I don't know if it's if I answer your question, because what you don't want is, these are the statistics. We are increasing, the number of my senior leaderships have increased by, say, a few percentage within a year. Is it just statistics, data, tick boxes, or are you accepted within the group? That is the question that we need to answer. Are you accepted? Because what you don't want is be in there and then feel like you have secured the seat, but you don't feel like you are in the group.
So that's the definition of inclusion, is the sense of belonging. So do you belong? Do you belong here? Yeah.
Sorry, just to, I think that's completely right, but I suppose the other dimension I was referring to, so we've done some work in our faculty as part of our Athena Swan agenda work, and we talk to women from ethnic minorities, and there's a clear distinction between first-generation immigrants and second or third-generation people from ethnic minorities in their experiences. Now, when we talk about intersectionality, that's not factored in. Everybody's grouped together. There are additional challenges for first-generation immigrants. I suppose that's the point I'm trying to make, because that doesn't come across when we talk about intersectionality. Thanks.
Let's go back. Yes.
Hi, I'm Jyoti Mathad. I'm from Cornell Medicine in New York, and we talk about this a lot at Cornell, but we also talk about it in our Center for Global Health because a lot of the work that we do is in other countries like India or Tanzania or Haiti, and trying to, I guess going off of what this woman was just saying, you're talking about immigrants, but trying to improve life for women in those countries, because we talk about trying to improve women's health globally, and we need those women in the field that are doing that work. And I guess this question is more for Dr. Gaffer, but if anyone else has experience, please feel free to comment, is when you talk about trying to improve quotas in Sudan, I mean, is that something that's accepted generally? Because in India, we have a challenge with even getting anyone to accept that 50-50 is a goal. So just wondering how you navigated that and any tips.
It's a very difficult situation. We are not in this position to increase the quotas. Now the quotas are maybe 25% or even less. But I think the problem of Sudan and maybe other countries is that the laws. We have a lot of laws that are discriminating women. So if the woman cannot give the nationality to her son, if the woman cannot go to court and her voice is not equal to the man, then in the workplace you can have all these different prejudices. And the same is happening also. It's a problem of family culture, and all this has to change so that, and that's why the importance of policies and laws.
Right. So truly structural, institutionalized or legislated barriers that need to be identified and removed. Yeah, it's a big challenge. I'm going to go right to the back. Maybe two more questions?
Thank you. I'm Ron Waldman from George Washington University. I have a distinctly unposh British accent, as you can tell. Both Dr. Vigilante and Dr. Ko mentioned mentorship somewhat in passing, and I was wondering if we could talk about that a little bit. This room is remarkably gender diverse compared to my classroom, where about 95% of the students are women. My job is to mentor them and help them create careers in public health and in global health specifically. I was wondering, the proportion of women on the faculty is nowhere close to that. So that's the situation we're in now. So I wonder, Dr. Vigilante, you mentioned that the lack of female mentors could represent a significant problem. But that's the way it is, in fact. So how do we go about overcoming that barrier and making that change? It's a bit of a generational issue. We all want that change to occur. I don't think that I get a lot of help in understanding what those things are that a female mentor could do that I can't do. And I wonder if you have any ideas, or any of the panelists or anyone in the audience has any ideas as to how I could be able to do my job better to bring about the change that we're all seeking.
In Palm Critical Care, it's a predominantly male field as well, and I commend you, right? So I am fortunate that I have an amazing mentor, and he's male. And I wouldn't be here, in part, if it wasn't for his support and his sponsorship to get me to where I am now. And so when I've gone through the path, we need male mentors. So the reality of the fact is that men still hold most division chairs. They're still most of the department chairs within the United States, and certainly at Michigan. And we need men to step up to the plate and not be afraid. Because the biggest thing that I've feared so far with the Me Too movement and Time Is Up is that there's this belief, underlying undercurrent, that men will no longer mentor women. Because heaven forbid something happens or is said and it's held against them. And they don't want to step on that area, they don't want to cross that bridge. And so they'd rather just mentor men. And I think that would be the worst thing ever to occur, because we want great people to rise, and that comes with diversity. So I've been the benefit of a male mentor. I have also discovered female mentors along my path, and not one mentor is everything. So you need a mentorship team, and that can come from women that are equal. I learn quite a bit from my peers, to those that are young junior faculty, to those that are senior faculty members. And so mentorship isn't just one person, it ends up being a whole team of people that get you to where you are. As a male, I would say keep opening that door, and don't be afraid, because you're more likely to benefit both you, society, and that person than you are if you were to keep that door closed.
I want to thank you for the question. We have touched on mentorship a little bit, and we touched briefly on how there are some men in the room and how to advance women, particularly in medicine, science, technology, engineering, not only do we need men as our allies, we need you as our mentors, and we need you as our sponsors. Because as sponsors, you are in a position of power and privilege. And I hate that glass ceiling, but to take that next step up, we need those sponsors to be able to invite us along. And so for me, I think of mentors as the people who will show you the doors and tell you about the doors. The sponsors are the ones who are going to open the door for you, or they'll kick it open and drag you through. So we need all three.
Women are over-mentored and under-sponsored. So we need much more sponsorship, and we need much more championing, and everybody can do that. So I think you can be a shining light of mentoring and sponsorship. So I think we've got one more question, maybe. I see Gillian there, but I'm going to go over here. So yes, to you.
Yeah. So my name is Irene. I'm the Women in Surgery for the Association of Surgeons of Great Britain and Ireland lead, and I just would like to add to this fact of mentoring for women by women. So as I'm working in a very male-dominated field, I can feel the burden of being mentored only by men. Burden is in one way maybe discriminatory, because I actually have to thank my mentors that are more males. But I think that everyone could step up and promote women that could become then mentors, even if they don't have the direct interaction with other females. I mean, I've done quite a lot of work about this on mentoring for women by women for the association through social media. And I can tell that this is working very well. So we don't really need to be physically promoting women. Women can be promoted and be awarded of mentorship and become mentored with a lot of different ways. So even if you can't really find other women that could become mentors, you can promote and help them with other ways. Thanks.
Okay, so it was a comment, not a question. Okay, so I think we are wrapping up. Okay, I'm getting the sign, international sign. And so I want to thank the panel. I want to just a few take-homes for actionable items. We've done a lot of talking, but we really have to move into action. So policy building, programming into curricular development, mentoring, sponsorship, intentionality around inclusive leadership, seeking to identify and remove the structural barriers, even if they're legislated or they're institutional policy, and incentivizing and rewarding the behaviors we seek, and really applying consequences. If institutions were fined for losing young women on maternity leave, then they wouldn't do it. They would make changes that would allow them to actually hang on to good people. So incentivize and reward, and ensure that there are consequences for failure to achieve those goals. So, and I think there are probably lots of other things that you can talk about at the break, but for now, thank you very much to the panel and for your insights, and yes, thank you. Yes, so I'm going to invite up our next chair, so Nana Otu-Oyote. My apologies if I mispronounced that. Foundation for Women's Health Research and Development.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nana Otu-Oyote, and I'd like to call on Vincent Larivière. I think I've done a good job with my French. He's from Université de Montréal, Canada, and he's going to give us our first presentation on factors affecting sex-related reporting in medical research. Vincent, the floor is yours.
thanks a lot for the invitation. So this talk is going to be made with a posh French-Canadian accent, which you all know very well, I'm sure. So very quickly, a few background slides. So of course, we know that there are sex differences at the genetic, cellular, biochemical, and physiological level. And we actually know that there's kind of a lack of reporting of these things in the medical literature. So that's one thing. On the other hand, we've measured through several analyses the gender gap that is happening in science. So we know that women are more likely to work more locally, that they have less international collaborators, their citation rates is slightly lower, they are less mobile, they're a bit less productive. And so we kind of wanted, in a way, to combine those two research questions. So in the first question that we analyzed, we really tried to look at whether sex reporting increased over time across the medical disciplines, and how it varied across different disciplines and specialties of medicine. And then in the second part of the analysis, what we did is that we looked at the factors that affected the sex reporting, and among them, looking more precisely at the gender of authors and at the gender combinations and the leadership positions that we see there. So how did we do that? Very quickly, we did that through looking at millions of scholarly papers that are indexed in the Web of Science and PubMed, which we kind of combined into one data source. And we use mesh headings as an indicator of sex reporting. And the gender of authors is measured through the given names, and in some cases, family names of researchers. So it means it's not perfect, but it's good indicators with about 90-ish% precision. So science is divided into 3 broad domains, 57 specialties, and basically descriptive and regression statistics to understand the specific effects. So now that the boring stuff is done, what did we see? So do we see any growth of sex reporting in science, and how does it vary across domains? So kind of the good news, if you look at the orange lines, that there's actually a decrease in the papers that don't report sex at all. And that's in biomedical research. That's a broad domain where you actually have the less reporting. You probably see it very well, but in the early 1980s, mostly it was male being reported, and basically less than half female. And what we see over time, it's actually an increase in the proportion of papers that actually report on both genders in their analysis. On both sexes, sorry, in the analysis. But still, it's quite a minority in the field of biomedical research. Now, if you look at clinical medicine, things are much better. So basically, overall, there's about 70-ish% of papers that take sex into account. And again, at the beginning of the period, if you look at that green line, it was mostly male only. This has decreased with an increase in papers that report on both sexes. The broad domain that has the biggest inclusion is public health, where basically we're again around 70%, but in that case it's mostly because of a strong increase in the reporting of both sexes, which is at about 55% in 2016. And in that case, there was actually, and there is still more female reporting only than male reporting only. So that's a broad picture. Things are improving thanks to quite a few policies that have been made among others in the United States. Now things vary drastically across the medical specialty. So at the top left, you see domains that are very strongly associated with one of the two sexes, where of course this is included in a very regular basis. But now at the bottom, you've got fields like pharmacy and pharmacology, where it's actually a minority that reports on that. And moreover, there's a big gap between male-only reporting and female-only reporting. And in that case, it's basically for one study that reports on female, you're going to have 3 studies that report on male-only. So there's still quite a lot of work to be done in those areas. I'll stop here for the first question. I have 5 minutes. So what factors affect sex reporting? So we did the regression analysis that basically showed that if you have only males in the dominant author position, so being first or last author, what you see is that the papers is much less likely to report on sex. Now, if you have a woman in one of the 2 leadership positions, so having a woman first or a woman last, then it increases by about 10%, more likely to include sex. But then the best situation is when you actually have 2 women in the leadership position. So woman first author and woman last author, then that leads to an increase to about 30% of the inclusion of sex in the research. There's actually other factors that play a role. So the more authors you have on a paper, the more likely it is to include sex. And there's also quite a lot of geographic effects, where actually North America is much less likely to include sex than the rest of the world, which is sobering news, I must say. And the other sobering news, which is something on which there are probably a few action items for the Lancet, among others, is that what we've seen is that papers published in high impact factor journals were less likely to report on sex, and then controlling for all of the factors. So there is really something happening here in the system where maybe we don't put the right incentives in the proper places. So those are the numbers for clinical medicine in public health. So basically this is very consistent across disciplines and specialties. So a few action items. Sex-related reporting, this is something we've already said today, so I'll go fast on that, should be a necessary requirement for ethical and replicable medical research. Funding agencies should mandate that. Canada is doing it now, NIH has been doing it, so there's kind of something going on at the world level, but there's something at the level of journals, because again, who can work on the incentives in the system? It's the funders that are at the input level, and it's the journal that are at the output level. And so if that becomes a criteria for journal, then of course you can be sure that researchers will do it. I mean, we end up doing the revisions from reviewer 3, even if they make no sense. So we'll do the same if a journal asks for that, you know. And the other, and that's the last point, it's the effect of the composition of the scientific workforce. So what we see in the data is that there's an increase of women in the system, and we may say that, okay, this is going to solve itself easily, but the thing is that there's more women in the system, but not so much more women in the leadership positions, which are those who in the end make those decisions. So we see that with Ali's study, where women at the leadership position, when they apply for grant, might not be judged as fairly as others. And so I'll show you just a little map of the world where countries are colored by the proportion of papers authored by women. And so basically, at that level, and this is only for last authorship, there's less than a third of the papers that are led by women. And the only countries where you basically see more women leading papers, such as Latvia in the top, is because the life expectancy of male is like 10 years or 11 years younger. So you cannot make such good policies based on that, as you know. So to conclude, so diversification of the scientific workforce is essential to produce the most rigorous and effective medical research. And in order to do that, we need more women in the system and more women in leadership positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vincent. This session is really looking at better diversity for better science. And a lot of the conversation you just had is really about the research that has been produced to really look at the different biases in terms of who is leading the research. And what's really clear is where women are more in leadership positions, they are better able to influence and shape the research, which would look at issues around sex and differences. So women are underrepresented, which has come out clearly. I'm going to call on the panelists for this session to really come up. Unfortunately, I think one of the panelists isn't here. So Anuj Kapilaswamy, Koi Muraya, Ruth Injaboi, Jordan Shannon, and Gemma Tracy. Gemma, you're here. Yes. Thank you very much for offering to really come to talk about these issues. I really want us to have some conversations around leadership, really moving on some of the conversations around diversity. And the study we just had was really looking at the sex differences and looking at the workforce. We want to push the boundaries of the conversation to look more around leadership and look more around issues around diversity in particular and the elements around intersectionality. So who I want to start with now is I want to bring in Anuj, I want you to start a conversation. I know you're very much interested in research work on intersectionality, and I think that's something that was started early, and I think we need to push a little bit more around the issues and elements around intersectionality. So it's a very interesting area, and how do we use and tackle intersectionality to discuss issues around barriers to promote both diversity and inclusivity in health research. So tell me a little bit about your experience in these areas and how that can improve the scientific workforce in particular.
Great, thank you. That's a very big question. And we've been hearing some excellent ideas today, all day, and some very interesting papers. And I'm firstly going to congratulate Lancet for beginning to tackle and grapple with these very difficult issues. And I think the struggle has just begun in this sphere. I mean, we have histories of gender struggles which we can learn from. So I think on the note of, on the question that you're posing, so I think it's really good to start off with where women are in terms of STEM, in terms of global health. But I think we really need to move beyond to talk about and have an understanding of, a very nuanced understanding of where the barriers exist, and also the breadth of exclusions that we are witnessing, but also reproducing in any endeavor that we create. So I think the starting point for me, the starting point is moving beyond counting numbers about where women are and in what positions. I think that's really crucial, but I think we need to go beyond to also look at how power and privilege is embedded and distributed across institutions and societies. I'm a feminist and have worked with a women's rights organization in India for more than a decade before I started an academic career in the UK. And there are two strands of my work currently. One relates to health inequalities, and I think that's largely, that's focusing both in the global north and the global south. And I think some of the works really started when I looked at the understanding of health inequalities, which was predominantly based on socioeconomic position in the UK, as well as in Scotland, where I was until last year. And that socioeconomic position is actually based understanding of inequalities was also driving funding decisions about most deprived and least deprived areas, which is certainly welcome. But what it was ignoring and completely dismissing was how disadvantages were and how differences in healthcare and access to healthcare were shaped by ethnicity, by gender. A large proportion of ethnic populations were not really concentrated in most deprived or in the least deprived areas. Similarly, discounting the experiences of gender and of how disability and other structures and axes of vulnerabilities and disadvantages were shaping experiences of health and access to healthcare. So my recent research looked into how these different interactions of disadvantages shape how we perceive health enabling resources in the community, so what resources around us are enabling for health, and also what are the barriers in accessing those and utilizing them to transform our health and status. And this particular study was based in deprived areas in Scotland and looked at disadvantages and privileges. What it was able to reveal and what an intersectionality lens can really contribute is not just looking at what are the disadvantages in these communities, because I was looking at several different subgroup of populations. There were homeless white men, elderly white women, elderly South Asian women, also young first generation and second generation children from South Asian and black minority ethnic groups. And what it really revealed were also distinct disadvantages as well as privileges in certain communities, and how those are distributed in complex ways based on positionality. But that research, which was drawing on participatory action research work, also enhanced critical consciousness among those groups and the third sector groups of how far their interventions are going. So reflecting on each intervention that is being introduced and who is it excluding and what we need to do more about that. So what an intersectionality lens can really bring up is not just looking at who are excluded, but also what privileges and how those exist in the society, and also how those shape our access to resources. I'll probably stop there and then come back to our
Okay,
points.
thank you very much. Sally, we are grateful that you've just arrived. Unfortunately, you've missed the presentation, but I do hope that you've got a bit of insights on what Vincent presented to us. And basically, he concluded about the issue of leadership was very important, particularly female leadership was quite absent in terms of determining the content of research, and also particularly around reporting of research. So it's something that I'm really grateful to talk to you about, because again, being a leader in really informing and shaping government policy around medical and public health, but also being on a technical expert to a number of global health and bodies, you bring some strategic insights, particularly into the conversations around tackling diversity for better science. And I'd like to hear a little bit about your experiences and what are some of the strategies that you feel need to be really put in place to ensure that, there's been earlier discussions very much around policy, and so how policy can influence health researchers in promoting gender equity and diversity within the global health agenda.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Let me apologise for being late. I think being late is rude, and I really didn't mean to be. I'm having a rather overwhelming day for a variety of reasons, with a lot of work in the middle of all of that. So I think this issue is terribly important, and I think we can look at it from a number of aspects. One is structural. What are we doing structurally to support women coming through and taking their appropriate place? I want all people, whether it's women, whether it's BME, whether it is young white men actually, to be offered a fair opportunity. And structural issues can help. In fact, I have a problem. I realise I like, as most people do, appointing in my own image. I love appointing sparky women. So we really have to help the men look at how are they working on bias as they appoint people. How are they working to make sure that they have diversity? And you can have a structural approach to that. And of course, the big structural approach I took was after I set up the National Institute for Health Research, NIHR, I put in place linking the funding to having the Athena Swan Charter Mark, which has made a big change. I think it's become too bureaucratic. What was really interesting about that was how the men fought back with incredible rudeness. They did not think this was right. But when I'm value-driven, I'm quite difficult to take on. I think another thing we need is, and everyone talks about this, role models. And we need mentors and champions. And I think mentors and champions are different. Mentors give you advice, they get to know you, and they help you think through your issues. Champions may not have time for that, but they know you're good, and they're saying, hey, so-and-so should be doing this, or hey, there's an opportunity, I'll help so-and-so get that. And they're championing you. That came home to me as a young doctor when I'm a haematologist at the British Society for Haematology. When my professor was standing there, we were all having a drink before the big dinner, and he said, oh, I've got these two people who are really good. And I thought, this isn't right. So I said, actually, Prof, the other woman and I are much better than those two. The three other professors having a drink went, oh. But, he was championing. That's great. But if you're going to champion the best. Let's have a bit of fairness. So I mentioned mentors and champions. I suppose the final thing I'd highlight at this moment is about calling it out. if the system isn't right or we are treated badly, we need to call it out. And there are good ways and there are bad ways. I don't always get it as good as I could, and a sense of humour is quite helpful in that. But I do think we often let things pass that we shouldn't. So you either call it out there, or, I mean, what's the big classic? A woman makes a suggestion at a meeting, and then when a man makes the same suggestion, it's a great idea. So if I'm chairing the meeting, I call it out and say, oh, great you brought that up again, because this woman made that suggestion. But actually, if you're the woman, do you call it out and say, please, I said that first? No, that doesn't work usually. But you can go to the chair and say, afterwards, and say, I felt really uncomfortable because did you see what happened? And can you help me get my voice into the discussion when this, in the next meeting? So there are different ways of calling it out, and I think we need to. The advantage I've had in my job over the last 9 years as Chief Medical Officer is, of course, not only that I'm technically quite competent, but I'm backed up by the most wonderful advisors from academia, from public health and everything. So it's very difficult for ministers and others to take me on because they know I will be evidence-based and I will be likely to be right or have the weight of opinion on my side. So I think resorting to one's technical expertise and the evidence, the ministers, for instance, asked me to do some work around social media and mental health, which we went public with yesterday. And I didn't do what they asked for. I didn't do what they wanted. And I said, I can't give you what you want. The evidence is not there. And I was pushed on the media about why didn't you say children should only watch for 2 hours total in a day? And I said, because the evidence isn't there. I can't say it. And I think we are stronger when we stick to the evidence, and I've made that my USP as Chief Medical Officer.
Thank you very much, Sally. It's quite interesting that you weren't in earlier, but you've actually moved on some of the conversations around talking about the need for role models and mentors. And I like the element of bringing champions. And I think it's quite important to also have champions. And your work in the global stage, I think, also is an area that I'm sure you're really going to push this. But the issues around calling it out, I mean, over and over again, you hear women say, but I actually said that earlier and I was ignored, you know. So we do recognize that that really comes out all the time, and very few of us are willing to call it out. So we've got some strategies here on how we can actually be more strategic in pooling, calling out ourselves. But the issue about evidence-based, we've just had the evidence-based around sex and in research and about who leads the research.
Probably
and it's very
gender
important.
in research rather than sex in research.
It was an element of actually gender, but also sex in terms of what was also looked at. So again, those issues are quite important. So again, gender matters, sex matters. So we have to also consider all these issues. I want to go to Gemma, and you are the Diversity and Inclusion Manager at Welcome. And it's quite interesting in terms of moving forward, the conversations around removing barriers. I'm quite interested in your work because I know that your priority area is really around tackling diversity. How have you tried to bring in diversity strategies to ensure that funding institutions really tackle this? Because really moving on from terms of the structural barriers, I mean, funding is quite major. And how do we sort of deal with these issues?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a member of the Diversity and Inclusion team at Welcome. We've actually only existed for a team for a couple of years, so we have a lot to learn still. We're quite early in our journey and picking up from what other funders like NIHR, CIHR in Canada have done. So we've got plenty to learn, which is why it's been great to be here today. In terms of what we are doing, or what I think of as the role of the funder in this, and there have been some interesting discussions earlier about, what's the funder's role, what's the institution's role, what's the individual's role. I think these are asking at each stage is really important. I think what we can do as a funder, I break it down into how, who, and what. So starting with how, it's about how we fund people, how we make decisions about who we give our funding to. And Ed Whiting spoke this morning about some of the work we're doing to ensure that we remove any bias in our decision-making processes. And then the question came up earlier about people taking breaks for maternity or shared parental leave. And recently Wellcome has amended its policy, so now we do provide an uplift in research costs when somebody takes a break, and we have a standardised process for that. So people don't need to ask for it, it just comes as standard once they let us know they've taken a certain period of leave. So things like that, how a funder practically works, may seem boring, it's a policy, but I think it's really important. Then there's the what we fund. So what questions are we asking? And the presentation from Patrick was really interesting around how is sex and gender considered in the research. And other funders have an expectation around that. We don't specify something yet, maybe we will in the future, but we have certainly funded interesting research into questions like, how do you involve pregnant women in clinical trials? These are important questions that haven't necessarily been researched in the past, and we're prioritising the what, the questions we're asking. And then there's the who. Who do we give our money to? We give out lots of money every year, and we give individuals large sums of money to lead big teams. And we have quite a lot of power as a funder, because we can decide who we give our money to. And we can decide we're not going to give you money if you behave in a certain way, or if you lead your team in a non-inclusive way. Now that's quite hard to do actually. How do you define who is a good principal investigator? But I think asking questions around how people will lead their teams, how they have done mentorship and sponsorship in their careers is important. And I hope over time it will become increasingly important in how we assess who we give our money to. And then, as many of you will be aware, building on the work that's happened at other funding organisations, we now have a new policy around bullying and harassment for the people who receive our money, so that if there is misconduct, funding can be withdrawn. And I think that's a really important step forward that's happened. So yeah, I think there's three elements of who, what, and how. But it's really interesting when I go to meet with Wellcome-funded researchers, because they're always like, what is Wellcome doing? You're the funder, you have the money, you can make all the change. And I very much see that we have a lot of responsibility, and that's why we exist as a team, and I hope our team's work will grow and have impact. But there's also the responsibility that people we give money to have, and each of us in the room has, because these problems are complex and they'll take time to solve. So I always, when I meet with the researchers, say, and what are you doing? What can you do? And I think we can, some of those points have come up today. Who are the people you give extra support to? Who's the person you mentor or support? And I think we can each ask, do we do that in our own likeness? And also, how do we define excellence? It's such a big question. What is excellence? Wellcome always says we want to fund the best. But actually, how do you break that down? How do you define it? And I think if we want to really see change in our field, we're going to have to open up what we define as excellence. We might have to let go of some of our proxies, some of our measures for what excellence is, which often really come down to, say, publication record, institution attended. And so I think it's an important thing for each of us to say, how are we measuring excellence? And I think there were some good points earlier around how do we include being a supportive leader, being a supportive member of the research community, being part of that definition of what excellence is. So yeah, there's a lot we can do as a funder, but I also think there are things that we can do to prompt others to take on their own responsibilities.
Thank you very much. There seems to be quite a few issues that you're bringing up, and I just want to also add a little bit about the why. And I think it's always important to justify why it's important to really look at diversity and inclusion. And that should really be central to our conversations. A colleague of mine always says that when you're looking at these W's, it's called the three wives and husband. So it really helps you to understand, why, what, who, and the how becomes the husband. So it's really interesting for us to really always remember the three wives and the husband. It helps us to understand these conversations. I like what you're talking about, the issues around excellence and really having to sort of really have a nuanced understanding of excellence, because again, it really comes from a different perspective. And reading what Sarah responded to in the article that Vincent wrote, she actually wrote something that I really loved. She said, people measure what they treasure. And it's also really about really being clear about who you are and what you value and what you want to sort of measure and study. And a lot of times, those are the things that we really have to sort of think of. So again, how do you give opportunities for different people to value and measure what they really also treasure in order to bring diversity and richness into our conversations? I'd want to move on to looking a little bit more around the conversations around diversity. I think, Ruth, you've done a bit of research as a postdoctoral fellow, looking from a multidisciplinary perspective in terms of looking at diversity and inclusion. Tell me a little bit about your work and how you've managed to mainstream into health research issues around diversity and making good science of inclusion and issues around women and gender and related issues.
Okay, thank you so much, Nana. And thank you to Lancet and to my mentors and supervisors for giving me the opportunity to be here. So for someone like me to be here, it means that we are moving forward diversity. So thank you very much. And so I have a background in psychology, and I'm also an epidemiologist by training. And I'm really interested in gender, but diversity in large. So actually, currently I'm working on a patient-oriented project where I brought the diverse perspectives of people living with diabetes in Canada to draw what was the potential areas for improvement in healthcare. So we had Francophones and Anglophones, we had people speaking English and speaking French, we had immigrants to Canada and also indigenous people. And it appears that people, based on their backgrounds, they see the same healthcare system differently. So, and one of the recommendations we made was to be culturally sensitive. And so from my perspective as a postdoctoral fellow, I think most of the time we tend to look at inclusion and diversity as something to check that I did it. But for me, going through the system, I really appreciate and value in not only incentives, but action that are made to help people who are not in the system to go from out the system to in the system. And for me, that is inclusion. For example, I have applied to grants, and as someone in PhD, I had a comment from, I had applied for the CIHA, and I had a comment from a reviewer who was questioning my numbers of publications. And for the reviewer, it was like, the statement was the student became brilliant at PhD. I don't know how you can become brilliant at PhD. And this pointed to the fact that publication is important, and I agree. But I studied in a country where I had no internet. I have to walk a long distance to have internet. I have to pay it. I have to pay to print. I have to search by myself. And I had the same grade as someone who was living in Canada and having everything. So to ask me where are my publications in top of that is not recognizing that there are different backgrounds, and that is what Gemma just said. How do we measure excellency? And recently, for my postdoc, I had another comment of someone questioning my work and family balance because I mentioned that I had 3 kids. And so the person was wondering, how will I do a PhD with 3 kids with even a medical condition? And so I don't know whether it's okay or not, but the reality is that we need to acknowledge that there is a diversity. Even people who look similar may not be similar from the inside, and we need to acknowledge that. And from my perspective of researcher, and I was chatting with some colleagues during the lunch, as a psychologist, and even Dr. Davis said it, human brain tend to attract only what is similar to the person. So if we are not intentional, we cannot be someone who can promote diversity. It cannot be natural. It's not intuitive. So we need to be intentional, we need to be proactive, and something that can be done, maybe to have a policy to attract diverse people. If in a team of researchers, I am the only person who is a minority, it is more difficult for the people around to learn about my culture and the way they can do things differently than if we were more of one person in the faculty, for example. But I don't know how many faculties are attracting people from diverse backgrounds, disabled, for example. How many disabled do you have since you had your career 30 years ago? Have you ever hired someone with disability? Sometimes we just want things that are easy. So my point as a fellow would be to say that we may not have the whole spectrum of research, but as you are going the system, you need help, you need to be pushed. And when you carry multiple identities, for example, I'm a woman, I'm black, I'm immigrant, and for me, immigrant is something different, like being black. It's not only being black. Being an immigrant of a first generation is something else above that. And all that needs to be taken in consideration, not only by my supervisor, but by the system as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the element of multiple identities is so crucial when we're looking at coming to women researchers in the workforce and the different experiences and challenges that also brings. But also the positive nature of that, and so you do bring a lot of rich content to the work and a rich analysis that somebody with different or a single identity for that, and I don't know whether there is anybody with a single identity, but I think we do have to look at the multiple identities that we bring and how that can improve research, but also how that can enhance and bring about positive development in terms of health research, but also improving health and well-being for people that we work with. So there's need to have a policy, as you rightly said, and how do we bring in policies that address diversity? So really it's also about learning from others and those who have actually introduced effective policies and really sharing. And I think one of the things that's critical around science is the need that you do share a lot. But when it comes to some of these policies, I think it's quite difficult to find them. So it's about also having to have some space where these policies can actually be readily shared and used. So you don't have to sort of reinvent the wheel and be able to sort of learn from others. I want to sort of move on to Koi, and I think Koi, you've done some research also looking at gender and leadership. So going back to, again, the issues around leadership, what are your recommendations, again, for strengthening gender and leadership, particularly in health systems, and particularly from your experience in Africa? I'd like you to sort of share a little bit about your experiences in doing this research in Africa.
Thanks, Nana. I think the problem of being in the last panel and being amongst the last people to speak is I feel like I'm repeating everything that's already been said, but that's okay because I think it is worth repeating. Just to quote one of my friends and colleagues, Mayor Manzoor, we were doing a similar session with her at the Health Systems Research Symposium in Liverpool, and she said, it's not about fixing women, rather it's about fixing the systems and structures of discrimination, if you like, that impede women from progressing in their careers or in leadership. And I was really pleased, I think throughout the day, but also Jocalyn and Richard really set the tone this morning when you talked about systems and the need to make the invisible visible or shine a light on certain systems that we need to think about dismantling and, if you like, rebuilding them in more equitable ways. And so I agree with what Richard said this morning about dismantling patriarchy, but I think we need to move further than that because there are very many other systems of discrimination that impact on whether people are able to progress in their careers or in leadership. So speaking as an African, I'm Kenyan, I live in Kenya, I work in Kenya, pretty much most of my work is based in Kenya. And you've alluded to some of the gender and leadership work we did, although that was very specific to the human resources for health, but I think it could also apply to issues around academia. Colleagues, that work was with colleagues in South Africa and Nigeria, and for example, one thing that colleagues in South Africa found in doing that work is how gender intersected with race in very complex ways to impact on women's career, progression, or their experience of leadership. Even once they were in leadership positions, that in itself had an impact also. So I think we really must understand that it's not just about equality in terms of gender parity. It's not just about getting the numbers right, yeah? It's about asking, I think the earlier panel talked about, having those difficult conversations or asking those difficult questions around whose voice matters, whose voice is being represented or not, and why. Because we also know that global perspectives shape international agenda. So whose voice is being heard? The lady earlier on who spoke about immigrants, I think, said it's not just about looking in the room and seeing who are we seeing in the room or who's not there. It's also about listening and who is being heard or who is getting an opportunity to speak, who is being involved in these processes or not, who has a seat at the table or not, and why. I think today, there's been a lot said about intersectionality, and I fully agree with everything that's been said. If we want to take issues around gender and gender equity seriously, we really must do this through an intersectional lens. As Audre Lorde said, I don't know when she said this, but I really love this quote: "There's no such thing as a single issue struggle because we do not live single issue lives." So if I think particularly, just to try and bring it back maybe to this context that we're in today, which is around, and I think this is great that Lancet is doing this. I think this is really great, but if I think specifically around maybe academia and academic publishing, two things that come to mind that I think we really must pay attention to. First is language. And I was really pleased to see an article in the theme issue that's around leveling science for French-speaking women. I think that's great. I think it's wonderful we have someone like Ruth on the panel today. This is one of those situations where, speaking of intersectionality, I'm in a situation of privilege due to a sad history in my country that, we're a former colony of Britain. So I can speak English very well, I can write in English very well. But then what about people like, Francophone Africa? Where are they? Are they represented in these spaces? Are they represented in academic publishing? And then the other thing that I think we really must start taking seriously is geographical diversity. When we talk about academia and academic publishing, I think there's general agreement that the Global South is underrepresented in terms of academic publishing. And I think the problem with that, if we don't take those issues seriously, the problem is that we're really robbing ourselves of, a huge untapped pool of talent and brain power and resources, which I think disadvantages all of us collectively. So I think those are some of the things that, we really need to think about, even as we speak about gender. Let's remember it's about equity, it's about fairness, and it's great to get the numbers there. Let's have 50-50, but who are making up that 50%? Is it really truly inclusive, truly diverse, or is it in itself perpetuating certain, inequities?
So thank you very much, Koi. There's quite a lot of issues that you've added to the conversations today, really looking at whose voice matters, looking at geographical representation, and also really looking at the issues of who is publishing and where is it being published, what language is it being published in. And that's something that's actually very interesting, because I remember in my previous life where I worked in family planning, there was a bit of work around this Global Forum for Health Research, and where they started having conversations around 90% of the world's funding was moved to fund 10% of the world's problems. And so you need to have that kind of a balance in ensuring. And I think this is also really unpicking about where the funding is going, who is publishing, and who is doing that. So again, I think there's more work for Lancet in your agenda in terms of moving forward this work. So again, having to reveal quite a lot of things that need to be pushed on. Jordan, I want to ask you a little bit more around your work. I love your work as a global health disrupted, and I think it's exciting to look at. It's supposed to be a grassroots movement that's been looking at cultivating local leadership. So again, moving on the discussions around leadership and how to sort of bring different voices and strengthening engagement at the local level. What do you see as some of the solutions and strategies for improving diversity, particularly in this field and the work that you're doing?
Thank you, Nana. So actually, I will try and answer this question using a few hats that I wear, especially this global health disrupted work. But the other hats that I wear, I'm an academic at UCL at the Institute for Global Health, and I work with the Centre for Gender and Global Health and the Centre for Global Health Economics. I started my professional career as a medic in very rural Australia and then very rural Peru. And on that note, alongside Holly, I'd like to extend my recognition of the Indigenous elders and the leaders that I have worked with, and from the lands that I grew up with and from the lands that I've worked on since then. So Global Health Disrupted is an international grassroots movement. We actually take quite creative and very community, small-scale approaches to health, and we combine arts and science to improve health and foster local leadership. And one of the things that my colleagues and I have come to realise is the importance of narrative and the importance of stories, because that is what connects us to what is human. And when it comes to issues as complex as health behaviours, capturing that narrative is so important. We're here today because we're wanting to change the narrative around women in science, medicine, and global health, because narratives matter. And reflecting from more activist grassroots work back up to academia, we see that in academia, every paper that we publish, all the work that we do, it tells a story, and it is so important to get that story right. And what does that mean? Well, I was reflecting on the author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's warning to us of the danger of a single story. And I'm so glad we spoke about intersectionality on this panel, because the danger of a single story is that we are, when we only hear one thing or one representation in common discourse, it leads us to believe possibly dangerous or make possibly dangerous misperceptions. And the evidence that has been presented here and within the Lancet Women theme issue shows us of the danger of this single or this partially told story to health the world over. It has grave consequences, whether it makes women the other or completely invisibilizes marginalized groups, and that has to change. So what can we do? Well, I would like to argue for greater critical engagement for all sciences, for all scientists in biomedical and public health science. And what does critical engagement mean? Well, at least for me, it means positioning the research in the context of cultural and political and ideological structures that drive our science. And beyond that, also positioning yourself as a researcher, recognising your own bias, and overcoming this artificial divide between distance and impartiality when we do science. And I think Ed spoke to this earlier about embracing the bias that we bring to the table. So back to a more academic approach, and Jocalyn and Richard mentioned this earlier, that the process of doing the Lancet Women theme issue has been transformative. And I truly believe that the research process itself can be transformative. And an example that Anuj spoke to was participatory research. And it's something that we are trying to do as best we can with Global Health Disrupted, where we involve communities who are traditionally the researched in as an integral part of the research process, from the designing of the question to the analysis of the data. And that allows us to transform community realities, but also transform systems of power. So I guess when you ask what are the solutions, to me it boiled down to three main points. The first is considering, when you do tell the story, considering what that story is and whether that is the whole story. And presenting stories that challenge that dominant discourse, particularly in terms of who is in power and who is not. And secondly, leading on from that is to think about power always. And that's where I think the Lancet Women theme issue gives us an opportunity to not just talk about women in science and medicine and global health, but to talk about gender and to talk about power. And what I see as the greatest opportunity here when we do talk about gender equity is that it is good for everyone. It's not just a women's issue. It is so important to us as women, but it is an issue for women, men, and gender diverse people. And instead of being a divisive force, I actually think it is one of the potentially the greatest unifying force out there. So I hope that that is a call for all my feminist colleagues.
Thank you very much. Jordan, you brought in elements around power dynamics, and I think when we're looking at the whole issues around leadership, power really comes in. Looking at both invisible and hidden forms of power, different elements around power. But what's really good is the whole narrative that you've also been talking about, whose narrative, and really trying to get the whole story. One of the things that's been quite exciting recently has been looking at how academics partner with civil society, and I think that's an element that hasn't also come up in conversations here. And I think from where I'm coming as civil society, we need to build more of these connections and linkages better, because that also helps to get the whole story. And particularly where there are new initiatives where you're looking at training institutions, particularly medical institutions, linking up with charity sector, is really helping to reveal and understand better multiple forms of challenges and identities. I think I'll now open the floor for a few questions. Any exciting questions? I've seen two hands at the back there. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think there was a second person. Maybe you can also ask your question. And then because of the timing, the lady in front of you.
Hi, Alana Hankivsky from Simon Fraser University in Canada. I was really happy to hear intersectionality come back into the conversation on this panel. And I think the one thing that struck me throughout the day is the discussion of diversity and what we count as advancing diversity. Is it in fact only attention to sex and gender? Or does it mean more? And if it does mean intersectionality, what is then the relationship between sex and gender and intersectionality? And for me, that's a bit of the elephant in the room. There's a lot of slippage between that discussion. And I would like to ask of the panel, how do we actually get very clear about those distinctions and relationships, and how do we actually go about advancing diversity with intersectionality that goes beyond just attention to sex and gender?
Thank you very much. Sally, I think one was just directed at you. Maybe the others could also help.
Thank you, Gillian. I didn't see you back there. Good to see you. I know that I have had a lot of support, and it's been central to what I've managed, of warmth from people like you, people I respect who are doing a really good job, and it may be close to mine, it may be different, but warmth from other women. You can call it the sisterhood, and that has mattered and has helped. Because as you go up this slippery pole, it gets more lonely. I think one of the things that has also helped me, and I can't speak for others, but I can speak to my experience, is actually how do you build a team? so that, the classic view of leadership where it was macho and charismatic, you were very lonely. But actually, if you do the modern, facilitative, collaborative, then you build a team. Then you're nothing like as lonely. The ups and the downs are shared. And I do think that that's terribly important. And I was brought up to respect people for doing a good job, whatever their job is. So I respect my team, whatever they're doing, if they do a good job. And they all do, or they'd have left. So I have the most wonderful team, and that makes it possible. But the warmth from other people to support is really important. And today, having been announced that I've got a new job, the outpouring of warmth to me has overwhelmed me. I mean, I am humbled by the emails, the letters, the tweets I'm getting. And that will help me in what is going to be quite a step for me. And so that warmth matters, and thank you.
Anuj, do you want to just talk about the issue around sex, gender, intersectionality, a little bit more clarification required there?
Sure. And it really opens a can of worms here. I was at an event yesterday where the panelists ended up with the consensus that intersectionality is really open to interpretation, which it is not. We know what intersectionality is. So I don't think we can just interpret it in any way we would like. And I think, to me, intersectionality is definitely not using it as, in order to legitimize attention to men's health. No, that, we're not really talking about what women's health is versus what men's health is. So essentially, intersectionality is about looking at how power is distributed in society and how these different structures of vulnerabilities or axes of vulnerabilities and inequalities shape our everyday lives. And here, gender becomes significant and quite central and defining feature, but it also needs to be looked at together with ethnicity, with caste, with class, and also with structural conditions of homelessness, of precarious employment, and among others. So it's not only restricted to the interactions of identities and the different identities that I wear. And I'm also going to comment on the point about diversity. And I really think we need to unpack diversity. We need to really look at what we are meaning by diversity these days. And I'm a long-standing survivor of mansplaining and manuals in global health conferences, but I'm also a beneficiary of corrective measures to address my racial ethnic identity and and offer me some privileges by sponsoring me, and we've been talking a lot about sponsors and champions, to programs like Diversifying Leadership, which essentially are meant for BME popular women in the country. So we are not worthy of mainstream leadership programs. We have to be attending diversifying leadership programs, where we are told that we need to also start understanding the football conversations in bars and in pubs, so to be able to be part of those dinners that Richard and Jocalyn have been hosting.
Thank you very much. I have one more lady there. Can you give the mic? Have you finished?
No,
Okay,
no.
sorry.
So I really think, I think we really need to tackle this head on. What is diversity? And also completely fundamentally revisit the values that we espouse in STEM and in global health. So I think the Advancing Women in Science, Medicine, Global Health agenda is really unfinished when we don't look at where that knowledge is being produced and how we relate to that knowledge production as well as consumption. When women dominate social sciences, it is impossible for them to be part of productions like Lancet, and we really need to espouse and embrace methodologies which are beyond positivist science to really give that space.
Thank you very much. There's more agendas being put on the Lancet. So again, I think we'll have a list of things that you may need to do, follow-up additions. The lady at the corner there. Yeah.
I'm Paul Tutu van Firth, and I'm kind of in here under false pretenses because I'm a priest, not a other kind of health practitioner. I'm very excited to be in the room, very excited by the conversation. A little bit sad about the underrepresentation of women from the global south, both in the issue and on the panels, quite frankly, that women from the global south would so have benefited, both from being in the room and from offering their perspectives on the panels. I was very grateful to hear the acknowledgement of the wisdom of Indigenous elders whose voices or whose stories get into the research. Just wondering when the opportunity comes for them to tell their own stories and to be those who are not only the subjects of the research, but are actually objects in their own stories. Yeah, I think that's probably enough.
Thank you very much.
Sorry. And so just to put onto the Lancet agenda, and since, you know, it did take a while to put this issue together and to get responses and so on. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to say that, but it was said right at the beginning of the day. And so it would have been really nice to have, I don't know whether it was done, but to have really made a concerted effort to really make sure that those underrepresented voices were better represented. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment there. I think at this stage I'd like to close the session. It's been another engaging session where we've had to discuss more in-depth issues around intersectionality, getting more around what needs to be done, and I think we've really put quite a lot on the agenda of the Lancet in terms of a new version coming in soon to build on what you've already done. So without much ado, I'd like to say thank you to the panel. That's been quite exciting to have all these conversations and to have also met you. Thank you all for taking part, and I think this is time for coffee, and I hope I'm not holding you up too much. So, thank you very much, everybody.
take their seats, please. I don't know, I need like a... All right, good afternoon and welcome to our... What was that? Over there. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to our final session. My name is Liz Zukala. I'm the Acting Deputy Editor at the Lancet HIV, and I'm joined by my co-chair today, Professor Sarah Hawkes from the UCL Institute for Global Health. So we've heard from some truly brilliant panellists and speakers today. Great discussion on issues of representation, about mentoring and sponsorship and intersectionality. But we recognise that in this room we have got a huge wealth of experience and passion and expertise. Many of you haven't had a chance to speak. And so what we want to do in the final 45 to 50 or so minutes is to open up discussion among everybody. Our goal for this session is to have a very action-focused discussion, and this is about what kind of actions need to be taken at the institutional level to advance women in science, medicine and global health, and how do we hold those institutions and their leaders accountable for the change that needs to happen. So we're going to split the session into two parts. So part one is going to be that broad discussion. Sarah and I are going to put some questions to the group, and we have some questions from our Twitter audience as well that we'd like to work in. We would like to invite you to share your reflections, share your questions for one another and respond to one another, and also share any questions you might have for panellists who maybe you didn't get a chance to ask in the main session. And then in the second session, we're going to do a little commitment-making exercise. So you should have all in front of you some Lancet Women postcards, either on your table or in your delegate bag. We're going to invite you to make a personal commitment, and then we're going to have you address it so we can mail it to you. And that's in the spirit of individual accountability. So please do be honest when you write your commitments. So to kick off our session, I'm going to hand over to Sarah, who's going to share some initial thoughts.
Thank you very much, Liz, and thanks for asking me to do this session with you. I've got a few notes that I'm going to go through, but I actually want to just start with something very slightly different that's not in my notes, but refers to a text that I received around about 11 o'clock this morning from my son. And it's important that the important bit is that this is from the next generation male. And my son was unbelievably excited to discover that Sally Davis is the new mistress of, we'll see, of Trinity College, Cambridge, which for those of you for those of you not from the UK, I think just the mere mention of any of the colleges of Oxbridge brings to mind, as Caroline would have said this morning, the male norm, the bastions of male power and privilege. And I just looked it up on Wikipedia. Sally is breaking with 500 and so years of male leadership. And just by being called Sally, she is introducing diversity into a position where for the past 500 years, over 40% of the incumbents have either been called John or William. So congratulations. Okay, so back to what I've heard today, and had the privilege and the pleasure in reading some of the most of the papers this week. I think just a few key messages to sort of start this final session off, and I think one of the key messages that really has come through very, very strongly is that gender equality is everyone's business. We look around the room and of course we see a lot of women in the room because it's the Lancet Women series. But we're Lancet Women not talking about women taking over the shop, but women being given an equal opportunity to run the shop equally with men. And that responsibility for equality is not something that women have a sole responsibility for. That is everybody's responsibility across society. And I think we've heard that again and again today and in the papers, that we need everybody on side in this fight, because if it's a single-sided fight, history tells us that that's not a fight that we're likely to succeed in. I think the other thing that's really come through extremely strongly from the work of Liz and Jocalyn is that it doesn't matter where we place ourselves on the gender spectrum as far as advancing equality in science is concerned. What matters is that we all, irrespective of gender, call ourselves feminists. The second thing that I think has come through really strongly from Caroline onwards today and in the papers is that representation matters. From public statues to internal committees in the organisations we work for, we all need to see somebody who looks just like us in order to know, from a sort of aspirational point of view, that anything is possible. The next generation of students, Oxbridge or not, looking at Sally Davis will see aspirational possibilities that yesterday didn't exist for them. Leadership, diversity in leadership, diversity across any kind of position of power really matters, and it sends a very positive message. I think the other thing that we've seen and heard today is that throughout the history of health, change comes about not just through action at the top, but also from action from the bottom up. And that's not going to be a surprise to any of us who've been sent on all of those diversity and training and unconscious bias and leadership programs, that we have spent years being told that the problem lies with us as individuals and that we just need to be better, stronger, more vocal women, and we too can run the shop just like the men are doing. But what we've heard consistently today and in the papers is that we really need to see change happen in places that hold power. In other words, we don't need any more individual change. We need organisational and institutional norm change. So the question is, how do we make that change happen? And I have to say, I think that's where what we're really starting to struggle with and realise as a community, and we've heard this, I think, throughout the day, is that that's where we need the next phase of research to take place. We need to actually see in a very evidence-informed way what actually works to make and sustain change. We've heard a number of examples today, particularly, and I think not surprisingly, focused on the funders and a little bit on the journals, because we recognise that resource-based power and the structural power of journals really matter in our lives as academics and clinicians and researchers and people trying to make the world a healthier place. So if we want to see change happen, we want to see change being mandated through those organisations that hold power. And we heard lots of messages going out to funders and directly to the Lancet about how they need to change. But there's all sorts of other change within organisations that has been touched on a bit today. But what's really struck me is some of the conversations that we haven't yet had about how change happens and how to normalise and institutionalise change. And I think that what that really leads me to sort of summarise from what I've heard today and the lessons of the papers is that we need to start talking much, much more seriously about systems of accountability. We need to move away from the mindset that we need to rely upon individual leaders or individual sponsors or champions or mentors, important as those people and figures are, particularly in the culture of a profession like medicine, and start talking about the rights that we have as individuals in the workforce. Those are extremely hard-won rights, and we heard about some of those struggles for rights from Caroline's talk this morning. And it does strike me that we don't talk about claiming our rights and realising our rights. We haven't talked about the right to a workplace that is free of bullying and harassment. And there are clear laws in place in most countries to protect us in the workplace from bullying and harassment, but we're not talking about our rights to those kinds of workplaces. We're not talking about our rights to fair pay. We've had a lot of discussion about equity about parity in leadership. What we haven't really touched on is gender pay gaps. And gender pay gaps, as they are talked about in the UK, really mean the distribution of men and women within an organisation. But we all know that there are within grade pay gaps as well. And the reason we know that is because we have systems of transparency and accountability through the hard-fought rights of workers to be able to tell us that when we are being paid unequally. And if you haven't got those systems in place, you are an individual woman generally not very good about making a claim to have your wages increased. So what I'd like to see, if I could be so bold to push for the next publication of Lancet Women, is a lot more emphasis on us holding systems to account instead of us always being held to account for our performance within systems. And as we move on, thinking about systems of accountability and how change comes about, there's been a lot of discussion about the people who aren't represented in the room. And I'd just like to flag up that, not surprisingly, I think we've heard one voice from outside the health sector today. And in some of the work that we do for an organisation that we established called Global Health 50/50, we look across a range of sectors working in health. And it may come as something of a surprise to those of you that know me, or perhaps some of the views I espouse, to hear me say that actually there are positive examples in other sectors of how change happens, particularly in the private sector. And I think we need to step outside of our own sector and start looking at how other businesses and how other parts of society have really forced change to happen towards more equality and equity in the workforce. My final point, and I think this is actually a really serious point for 2019 in terms of, the people who talk about the faces of power talk about you have a power to get something on an agenda, but importantly, you have a power to keep something off an agenda. And I think it's really, really incumbent upon all of us in 2019 to acknowledge that we actually are operating in a world that actually does not fully support the notion of gender equality. A world that does not even fully support the notion of gender. If you look at what's happening in Brazil, in the US, in Hungary, across large swathes of Latin America and Eastern Europe, we are seeing a regression in discourse and rights around equality on the basis of gender or sex or other intersectional variables, characteristics. I don't think we can automatically assume that everybody is on our side in pushing towards the notion of gender equality, no matter where we are in the profession. I think if we want to start including the global south, as it's been referred to throughout the day, I think we need to absolutely acknowledge that there are really powerful forces aligned against us in our struggle, and that we need to acknowledge how we fight back against those forces, as well as how we support each other in moving forward. As Anuj said, the struggle is not yet over, but I think the struggle is actually just beginning. Thank you.
So we're going to just start off with a question from Twitter. And I have to say, Sarah, that was amazing, by the way. When I asked you to sum up, I didn't expect something so wonderful. No, it was brilliant. So I'm going to see if I can read your writing here.
Oh, shall I?
Yes.
Okay, so this is about the voices that aren't in the room. So we've included some more voices through the amazing world of social media, Twitter. I'm sure other social media sites exist. Okay, so from the US, these are questions for everybody. So if anybody feels that they have the answer to these questions, please just shout out. So we've got Sherry Butcher in the US, who put in a question about how do we address the gender pay gap, which I think, as I mentioned, was the slightly unasked question today. And then we had Roxanne Kainajad in the UK, and she asks, I'm going to guess from her Twitter handle that she might be working in the UK in the NHS. And she talks about the really important question of how do we achieve a work-life balance and yet meet our commitments in the workplace. And so we heard today about the incredible pressures in the NHS from one of the panellists spoke about the real culture of pressure in clinical medicine. So how do we maintain our own sanity whilst also meeting the commitments that we're expected to deliver on once we step into the workforce?
And then there's one more from Women in Global Health, and it's not written down, but I think I remember it.
Thank
It
you.
was about how do we encourage and support more implementation research for promoting gender equity.
That's right.
Was that
Yeah,
one?
that exactly.
So has anybody got any responses or anything else I might want to say? Yes, back there.
And in order we conducted a culture change survey about equality and diversity. About 5,000 people in medical and social sciences were involved, and both men and women suggested that the best way to address equality is actually to have equitable salaries, and a very large number of respondents were very disappointed and commented in many negative ways, which I'm not going to say here, that our Vice Chancellor was paid $500,000 a year for reading speeches that other people wrote. So being more modest and not to have huge salaries for people at the very top and counting peanuts for people in the bottom, I think is the way forward. Salaries should be based on merits, not on the basis of people who got in the highest position. Be modest.
Thank you. Maybe down here, yes?
Thank you. Tim Dorman. I just felt a twinge of discomfort when you talked about we've tried the individual, we've now got to go for the institutions, because that to me is a dichotomy. And then the word implementation was used just now. Now, what I understand about implementation science is you actually are cognizant of the policy context, but you often work at the organisational level to begin to allow change to grow. So I think we've got to be slightly careful not to dichotomise individuals from institutions. They are mutually constitutive. And that my personal approach, because I was quite challenged, because I sort of tried changing establishments, and I just get a headache when I do that. What I do, and that's why I'm an educationalist, is I work with youth. I empower youth. And I think when I say youth, I mean in medicine we've got the cream of young people who have energy which is held back by the establishment, but it can be released through personal interaction. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've got a question back there.
I wanted to pick up on the point of youth and just sort of a call to the group for best practices or a call to action around how do we support particularly young women like myself that are early career researchers to come forward when we do experience bullying and harassment, whether it's sexual or even sort of what many of us probably know as toxic kind of workplaces, which can come not just from men, let's face it. There's also many female leaders that have come up and have had to learn those behaviors to get to where they are. And so for me, what I would love to learn from this wisdom of this crowd is how do you make it safe for young trainees? I know I'm in a bit of a leadership position there, and I get constant, as a student leader, people coming to me, and I have to give them the sad news that it's actually not really safe for them, whether as I'm a nurse, which I also want to say I haven't met many nurses here, but we're also a strong voice, and whether it's in nursing or medicine on the bedside or whether it's in academia, it's just not safe to come forward if you're working for a rock star researcher who is really a toxic leader that's a bully. And so how do we have whistleblower protection? How do we have anonymous things so that those great policies that U of T mentioned, where you have documented problems with professionalism, how do you actually get it documented?
Right. Does someone have a response to that, maybe? Yes, the woman down here.
UCL, we're just starting to introduce anonymous reporting, and the stance from senior is if someone, doesn't matter how senior they are, it doesn't matter how many grants they bring in, if their behaviour's not right, we don't want them. That's the only way to do it.
Yes, over there at the back. Oh, the middle, I should say.
So I mentioned earlier about funders, and I really do think that funders have a responsibility to monitor what is happening in the institutions that they fund. And we have shared horror stories today about all sorts of horrendous behaviour and bullying from senior colleagues and from people who felt they could say nothing about it. And is there any way that we can ensure that funders institute maybe just a basic code of good manners for the people who are supervising the people that they're funding? It shouldn't be too complicated, but simple things around authorship, around not being able to kick people off papers if you don't like them anymore, about not being able to kick people off papers if they go on maternity leave. You'd think it'd be obvious and it would just be common courtesy, but apparently it's not.
Yeah, I take your point. I mean, in my past life in biomedical research, I think a lot of us know that it can be not only competitive but very cutthroat, and you almost get the sense that the incentives that exist select people who maybe aren't the best leaders. You know, you can get those toxic PIs who are protected because they are considered so great at their jobs. And so how do we incentivize better leadership in a system where maybe the opposite might be true? Yes? Sorry, do you want to do some pointing? I'll put some pointing.
Very quickly on the funders' role. So of course, funders have mandated some ethics criteria in order for the funding to be allocated. They've mandated open access, and this is stuff that universities and researchers manage to do. So I think that getting to that next step should be relatively easy compared to those other two. The other point that I want to make is regarding what actually leads to more equal pay. Well, there's literature on that. And so we see that countries that have laws on equal pay have actually managed to reduce the pay gap in academia, especially in public universities. So In Canada, you've got universities where there's faculty unions, and you've got universities where there's no union. Well, guess what? In universities where you've got no union, then it's salary is based on negotiation. Then you've got a big gender gap. In university where you've got a union, you've got a collective bargain agreement, then the gap is very small. There still remains a gap, which is the bonus negotiation things that male are more likely to do, but still that's part of the solution, I believe.
I think Sally's got a comment.
So a few comments. We have to learn to negotiate. I had a very formative 3 days going on a proper negotiation course. It helped me get the salary you can look up on the web, and it's a perfectly civilised salary. Power has been mentioned, but I recently moderated a session of women leaders, and they were leaders, and I asked them how many of them wanted power and how many wanted influence. Only 2 wanted power and were comfortable with it. Women in general, and I know that's my history, so I speak to my own experience, feel more comfortable with influence than power. But we're not going to change things if we don't get comfortable with power and then use it. And that brings me to queen bees. I could line them up, the ones that have stabbed me in the back. I like Madeleine Albright's comment, there's a special place in hell for women who don't help other women, and I noticed Donald Tusk's riff on that. And then I'd say, you know, it isn't just women, and the man who I have seen change an institution is the Walter Eliza, and it used to be run in Melbourne, used to be run by a woman and was fine. But Doug, who's taken it over, has put in the most amazing policies, and the women are coming through strongly. And I'm going to go back and learn more from him for Trinity, because he's the one, above all I've seen worldwide, who really has gone out of his way to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, I studied at the WeHi for several years, and I know Doug, and he's been an amazing leader. So they've just built an on-site childcare centre for all of their researchers, subsidised childcare, guaranteed places. I mean, no one else, I don't know anyone else who's doing that. Doug Hilton, sorry.
Taking a nanny to look after your kids at a meeting.
I mean, maybe we can then switch focus for a moment and think about how do we engage men as our colleagues and our leaders to help us create change. So Richard put that call out at the start of the day, but we haven't heard a lot about it.
Anuj, is that what you want to speak to?
No, that's not the point I'm going to speak to, because I had my hand up, but I never got a chance. I think going back to the question that was raised earlier, I think there are some very good examples of putting in institutional mechanisms to tackle harassment at workplace. And we have to look outside, we have to look internationally, we have to look at the global south for what can be done and how that can be supported better. The other point I wanted to make was some of the issues that have come up about supporting early career researchers. I think the struggle and the battle really is a twin battle there. We have to resist and fight patriarchy within these institutions, but we also need to fight neoliberalism in institutions. And what it is facilitating is these zero-hour contracts, precariat employment, where women tend to then embody the same masculine and hypermasculine behavior and aggressive behavior as other men in those institutions. So we really need to start resisting some of these changes, and we need to be joining hands and resisting it as a social movement and not simply as an individual calling out kind of approach. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the question of what can we do about the men. It seems one of the recommendations of the Higher Education Authority Expert Group was that people who are appointed to line management positions from president, rector down to head of department, a key criterion for appointment should be evidence of having progressed the gender agenda. In a way, it makes absolute sense. Mostly, however, we wait until people are in positions, mostly men, and then we try to convince against them. And really that is, you're on the back foot. Whereas if it was a criterion for appointment, it would firstly ensure that the men or women who were appointed would be gender aware, but also it would actually change the culture. So the fact that it is mostly women who are on gender equality committees would change, since any man who wanted to move up the ladder would think, this is an opportunity, not a hassle. And I suppose the second thing I wanted to just say was, in thinking about, it seems to me that in thinking about this issue of gender equality, we need to think at a systemic level. And that is that we need to think the state, the research funding bodies, the higher education institutions, and each of these need to work together. Now, Ireland has many problems, as you know, not to mention the ones they're causing you, but anyway, I mean, one of the recommendations of the Higher Education Authority expert group was and will happen, the linking of funding to the gender profile of key positions. Well, professoriate and management positions. So in a way, that's an example of at a systemic level, but how you manage, but it is translated down through particular officials within the Higher Education Authority who build this into the contracts. We have the same racket, the service contracts between the institutions and the state. At the level of the research funding organisations, copying Sally Davis's what happened with linking Athena Swan, we linked basically all the three main research funding institutions linked funding to actually the institution getting the Athena Swan. Well, blow me, that caused gender equality to move up, because there were a lot of very agitated researchers who were in universities which had not got Athena Swan who were jumping up and down. So that's what I mean. And then and also through the rules, Science Foundation Ireland, for example, actually has one investigator project that each university could submit 6 proposals, but if 6 were women, they could submit 12. Guess what? They found women pretty quick. So this is what I mean by basically a systemic approach, and also I completely echo Sally that in the higher education institutions, leadership at the top is critical. If that does not exist, you're going backwards slowly or fast. Sorry for talking so much.
Right at the back. Right at the back. Sorry.
So to continue the dialogue about getting more men involved, I'm of a generation that remembers when women's groups tended deliberately to exclude men and say, they were the problem, therefore we can't have them involved. And I think some men are still quite hesitant. They remember that kind of message. And some men are quite hesitant about stepping forward because they think, well, they haven't got the lived experience. And I think we can all do a better job of encouraging those right-minded men around us to come forward and to talk to the point about early career researchers. It seems to me if we get more men on site, they are much safer to speak out. And if there is inappropriate comments being made in a group meeting or something, if the men will only stand up and say, hey, you can't do that, it's much more powerful either than the victim saying it or another woman. And I think the more we can get men at every level feeling comfortable that we need to involve them, we want to involve them, that they are part of the change that is needed, the sooner we will affect change.
Great. I think we have time for one more question, and we'd like to hear from someone who hasn't spoken at all today. So is anybody willing to put their hand up who already hasn't said anything? Yes, back there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Judy Evans from the Royal College of Surgeons in Edinburgh. Just wanted to say that we have been running a campaign against bullying and undermining for the last 18 months. There's our website and you can find bits on it, particularly a part of the website which says, "Are you a bully?" And we can see how many people have clicked on different bits of the website. And guess what? That's the bit that most people have clicked on. So if you are worried about bullying, then go to that and maybe point the bully to that. But the other thing I'd like to say, and I'm sure Sally knows all about it and is probably part of getting it organised in the first place. In every hospital in England, there is a Speak Up champion. And these people are appointed not to be within the direct line management. They're independent from going to a supervisor or going to anyone who you may feel, if you're thinking about being bullied, would actually be able to have an adverse impact on your career. So they are there, but I do understand that some of them haven't had any work yet because the hospitals haven't told anybody that they're there.
Thank you very much. Shall we move on?
Yeah, could I just respond just really quickly to the bullying and harassment issue? I think it's a really important question to raise about, you know, is this why it's not being reported because people are scared about retaliation? But I do think this comes back to the question of how we hold the organisations we work for accountable for the policies that they have in place. So there are global norms and standards about how you deal with bullying and harassment in the workplace, and there are core attributes of what a good policy for dealing with bullying and harassment looks like. So one is that you have to have informal and formal mechanisms of reporting, you have to have confidentiality, you have to have non-retaliation, you have to have mandatory training for all your staff, and you have to have open and transparent reporting in a non-identifiable manner of the entire bullying and harassment investigation process in any organisation. So I think it's probably incumbent upon all of us as leaders or potential leaders in all our organisations just to go back and make sure that that's what our organisational policies say. Do they hold those 4 core principles to account? And I'd like to say I've made that all up in terms of the principles. I didn't. Those are from ILO and other global bodies that are about protection in the workplace do have norms and standards about what policies should look like. But I think, you know, it's about establishing accountability. It's not about all of us trying to change institutions alone. It's about working with the people who are already making those changes happen collectively.
Thank you.
That's all right. For the next set of questions.
Yes, I think we're going to move on now to part 2. So we've heard some brilliant discussion on actions that need to be taken at all kinds of levels to initiate change. What we want from you is a personal pledge of something that you're going to do. It could be big or it could be small, depending on your position within an organisation. What you're going to do in the next 3 months, an action that you will take. So please take one of those postcards that you should have on your table or in your bag. Write down your pledge and then address it to yourself. Those need to be left in the middle of the table so that we can collect them and post them back to you in 3 months. I'm going to give you just a few minutes to do that, and then I would encourage you to share those pledges. So share them on social media. Consider taking a photograph of yourself with your postcard.
Shout them out in 5 minutes.
Maybe take a photo in front of one of the banners at the end, and then we're going to come back together and we're going to ask some people to share what their commitments are. So thank you. Off we go.
to avail yourselves of a photo opportunity, which may be a great moment to come and stand in front of one of the banners and tweet your commitment. Don't be shy. Come on up.
This is why we wanted the table.
Excellent. Yeah, it's true. Do we want to pick on a few? I assume everybody's had an opportunity to fill a postcard by now. Would anybody like to share their commitment with us? Just stand up and read out what you are committing to over the next short while and long term. Do we have anybody from a funding agency still here? Yeah. Come on, I'm going to pick on a funding agency. Yes, thank you, funding agency.
Just a microphone coming.
To continue monitoring statistics and to consider getting either revamping or getting rid of programs that have systemic bias embedded in the evaluation criteria. So we are going to be looking at that. I'm committing to ensuring language equity at CHR. So Canada is a bilingual country, and we know that when you write in French, it takes much more space. In fact, they do conjugation, possibly in Spanish too. I'm not sure in many languages. So the default is actually male, and if you really want to represent male and female, then it takes more space. So I have been pushing, and we're committing to allow more space for people who submit their applications in a different language. We do not have a lot of diverse voices around the table. I personally have been mentoring a lot of female applicants to leadership positions, but they're not always selected at the final interview stages. And I will say that one of the reasons that they're not is because one of the criteria is having managed a large organization, and to show that you have board experience and that you have submitted grants for actual institutions and not just research dollars. So you could have $2 million in grant funding for your research team, but not have managed a research center, and that's the reason why most women don't get selected. So I found a few tips, like women who want to apply. I say, go and shadow the head of your research institution and say that you've done a stage, and then when you come to the interview, you could actually tell some of the stories. So I have quite a lot of things. I'm quite an ambitious person. Oh, we collect identity statistics, but right now it was felt that we should only collect gender statistics, because what's important is how a person self-identifies, but I actually think we should be collecting sex and gender statistics as well as race and ethnicity. So we'll try to change those questions. So I have a long list.
That's a lot of commitments.
That sounds good.
You may be hearing from a lot of people in the room who are now going to start applying for Canadian grants. So thank you. That was great, thank you. Do we have, now I do believe, I hesitate almost to mention it, but I believe there are other journals out there, apart from the Lancet, because we're about to ask the Lancet about their commitments. Let's pick on the other journals. Do we have any other journals who'd like to self-identify as not working for the Lancet, that would like to say what their commitments are?
I can see some of our Lancet family journal members
Oh,
in
Lancet
the audience.
family. Let's expand
But
beyond.
I don't know.
Oh,
I
the
think there are some other people in
BMJ.
the room. Yeah. Are they still here?
Do we have them here? Okay.
Or maybe. Oh,
yes,
back there.
please.
Well, I'm from Nature, but I'm a journalist rather than on the journal side of things. So I think within the next 3 months, I commit to telling the stories of people who don't have any power, who may have experienced some of the things we've been discussing today. I found it really interesting that the conversation turned to bullying, which is something that I write quite a bit about. And what I hear every day from researchers is how terrified they are to bring any kind of light onto the things that can happen to them. And so I feel it's all very well to have policies in place and hold your institution into account, but I think also we need to consider the position that these people who might be suffering these things are actually in. It's not usually great.
Thank you.
Very well taken, thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm Navjoyt Lada from the BMJ. Sorry, I've heard the BMJ while I was looking at Twitter, so sorry for being slow to respond. What I've written on my card is within the next 3 months, I commit to publishing a plan to get our, as in the BMJ's, house in order. So what we will do to look at our data on what we're publishing and how we will go, reflecting on that and how we'll go about tackling whatever disparities exist. I'm sure there are, I know there are disparities there.
That's great, thank you. So that's 2 structures of power represented, funding and publishing. Anybody else would like to give us a commitment, please?
Increasingly, I'm looking on websites and seeing signs that say, no children are allowed in the venue, no carers allowed in the venue, nobody allowed on site unless they're fully registered. And anyone's going to pay $350 to get their paper registered and registered. And say, what are you doing? Well, I don't have facilities on site, they just haven't bothered to tell anybody. So it just seems like such a small thing. If you're not open with what you're actually providing, and then you get provided with people.
That's great, thank you. Anybody else want to share a commitment with us? Please.
I'm not sure mine is realistic in the sense of, I don't know if I can achieve it in the next 3 months, but I truly believe in each one, teach one. So for people like myself who come from a particular part of the world, and we, like I'm invited to this sort of thing, I commit to in the future pulling others with me if you like. So if I'm invited to something saying, you know what, that's great, but I have another colleague, possibly a younger, more junior colleague who would be excellent on that panel, and my role would be to support them to be able to, present on that panel and do a good job. So basically providing opportunities for those who might not, quote unquote, traditionally be invited to conferences or meetings and stuff like that, and mentor more.
That's great, thank you.
I think one more. If we have
One more commitment. Would anybody else like to share a commitment?
Otherwise, we'll wrap up.
I do believe we're probably going to hear.
I think I'm getting a look from my colleague. Yes, okay. So it might be time to wrap up. Thank you all so much for your involvement and your participation. It's been wonderful being able to speak with you, and I'm sure we're going to continue the discussion. In particular, please do get in touch with us about where you think the Lancet Women should go next, over email, over Twitter. A little bit of housekeeping, there are some extra delegate bags downstairs at registration. If you didn't get one or you'd like an extra copy of the journal, please go collect one on your way out. And that just leaves me to thank Sarah for her wonderful co-chairing skills and contributions, and to invite Richard to the stage to give some closing remarks.
But before that, if I could just one last thing, is I think that, personally, I think this is a completely game-changing moment for women in medicine, science and global health. And I would really like to thank Jocalyn and Liz for the extraordinary job. I think as women in the workplace, but equally as men in the workplace, that the work they're doing to create fairer, more equitable workplaces for everybody is extraordinary. So thank you again.
Thank you. And Richard.
I'm not the final remarks. The final remarks is going to be Jocalyn. So, but I did want to end with just a few reflections on the day. I'm very worried that you're going to think that Ed Whiting and I spend all our evenings having dinners together instead of proper meetings. But actually, what he said, there is a grain of truth in that. If you want to see how British medicine works, go into the deep bowels of the Athenaeum, and you will see in some spooky corner presidents of colleges discussing the fate of medicine in this country in ways that are not terribly accountable. And the Athenaeum only allowed women in 2002. There is something about male cultures which encourages this kind of clubbability that excludes women. I think all men in the room will have seen that from the days when they were school children. How men associate together, the rites of passage that men have in friendship groups, how they support each other, whether they're at school or at university. We've all lived through it. Sometimes we've hated it. Sometimes we've been grateful for it. But these networks of clubbability, which in this country, I think, stem back to a colonial history, a public school history, but perhaps in every country there are these unique histories of how men associate. These networks need to be studied. They need to be explored, exposed, and to a greater extent held accountable for the way that the power structures in medicine, science and global health exist. So it was a joke what Ed said, but actually there was a rather dangerous and dark truth to it. Now I just have a couple of final reflections then. First of all, journals. What's my commitment? My commitment is I pledge to initiate Lancet Women 2.0. But this is a movement, not just a theme issue. So we really have to think how we take this theme issue and make it do some work. And that's my pledge after today. Now, our goal, we say that our goal at the Lancet, well, I say our goal at the Lancet, is that we're trying to promote a global conversation about health. And I think we've had many good comments today about that this is not just an issue of gender, there's an issue of a much broader issue of diversity. And if we're really serious about that commitment to a global conversation about health, then we need to do a much better job of holding ourselves accountable. If you look in the issue, because a few people have asked about this, you will see that Jocalyn has written a fantastic comment which sets out how we are doing, and I made reference to this at the beginning, and we're not doing very well. We've got some numbers and percentages in there to show you how we're not doing as well as we would like to be doing. And we commit to reporting, got to think of our interns doing all this data crunching, but we commit to reporting on what I hope will be our progress on an annual basis. That accountability is absolutely the first step if we're serious about this. I can tell you that later in the year, in fact, we fingers crossed at the Women Deliver conference. This is a series that has again been led by Jocalyn. We will be publishing a series on gender and health, and those papers are in their final stages, close to acceptance right now. So this theme is deeply embedded in the future work of the journal. Now, second, I wrote in an offline in the issue that something's gone very badly wrong in global health. And we really need to recognize, because sometimes in global health we're terribly pious about how right on we are. But something really has gone badly wrong. Just two examples. The Prince Mahidol Award, which is one of the Oscars or Nobels in global health, has been running since 1992. And on their website, I count 82 winners of this prestigious Nobel Prize in global health. 82. Guess how many women? It's been going since 92. Guess, it's not like women didn't exist after 1992. How many women out of those 82 do you think have won? It was 9. So they did better than you thought. But 11%, I don't think there's something to be proud of there. Now, we've heard a lot of good things about Canada. I love Canada. Canada's a great country. But it presents itself as the supreme global health Oscar, the Canada Gairdner Global Health Award. It's been running since 2009. There have been 10 winners. The first winner, the first year, was a woman. And every year after that, guess what? It's been a man. Are you really telling me, Canada, are you really telling me there's not one woman in global health in the past 9 years who has not deserved your greatest global health prize? Sorry, I don't believe it. We have a serious problem, not just in representation, but in recognition. We do not recognize the success of women in science, medicine, and global health. And we have this problem in this country. Fellows of the Academy of Medical Sciences, fellows of the Royal Society. Sally's a fellow of both, but she is in a very exclusive group. And we do not do, this is why this point about sponsorship is so important. It's not just invisibility, it's also denial and dismissiveness. Really cruel disrespect for women leaders. Just a few weeks ago, we launched a commission with a foundation called EAT. And the idea of this commission, which was chaired by Walter Willett and Johan Rockstrom, sorry for two men, was that they linked diet to earth systems. The food on your plate and how it connects to climate change, oceans, land use, and so on. The foundation that supported that commission is called the Stordalen Foundation. It's led by somebody called Gunhilde Stordalen. She is an MD, PhD. And in a whole series of trolling tweets after that commission, because diet exercises everybody in a remarkable way, we found out, she was labeled a skinny model as somebody who was presenting this commission. And her reputation was trashed, dragged through the gutter because of the way she looked and the fact that she leads this foundation which had supported our commission. And I've got to say, unfortunately, we have a little program that comes on at 5:45 every morning called Farming Today. And I listened to her being trashed as a skinny model, the same phrase, on that program, and she was trashed by a woman. So when we look at our leaders, and I know that Sally has also been trashed for some of the things that have happened to her. I've heard Sally talk about this passionately in the past. We don't engage with female leadership in the same way that we engage with male leadership. We attack women because of the way they look, because of specifically their gender, and the words that sometimes get attached to their gender. Some of you may have heard Sally absolutely, brilliantly put down Nick Robinson on the Today programme when he called her a nanny for being the chief medical officer and making some of the recommendations she was talking about. And she shot back how she expected that sexist comment and put him down brilliantly. But there's a different style of engagement with female leadership, and we need to call that out and have zero tolerance for it. Almost finished. Fourth point, those of us engaged in global health, our Sustainable Development Goal is SDG 3, Healthy Lives for All. And we're very proud of the commitments that we make to universal health coverage, controlling non-communicable diseases, and so on. But there's another SDG that we will not be able to achieve SDG 3 unless we embrace that other SDG. And those of us in the global health community almost never talk about SDG 5, the SDG on gender equality. We are not going to be able to deliver healthy lives for all unless we end all forms of discrimination against women, unless we eliminate all forms of violence against women and girls, unless we ensure women's full participation and equal opportunities in leadership in all parts of public life. But we in health don't talk about that kind of inclusive leadership. And we must if we're really going to deliver. And finally, I said at the very beginning that we need a new narrative for men. That new narrative for men needs to have certain characteristics. It needs to be forward-looking, it needs to be progressive, it needs to be about equity for all, rights for all, and social justice. And what's the word that summarizes those criteria? Feminism. And that's why in the editorial which Liz wrote, we say that feminism is for everybody. That is the way to defeat this nostalgic rogue masculinity that I mentioned at the beginning of the day, which looks back to a past golden age. We can replace that rogue masculinity with a progressive feminism of which men are welcomed and can be, I hope, standard bearers. We need to all integrate that kind of feminist thinking into the work we do in science, medicine, and global health. And let today be the beginning of that process of writing that new narrative, of that transformation, and with all of you, that leadership. Thank you so much for coming today. And now I'll hand over to the real final closing remarks.
Woo! My goodness. Well, I'm going to keep this very brief, but I am grateful for the chance to say a few closing remarks. You know, it's always hard to follow Richard Horton, but I personally, and on behalf of Liz and the rest of the team, Seal and Steph and Rebecca and Joan and others from the Lancet, owe Richard an enormous amount. I think his passion and his support and his willingness to stick his neck out and be the change that we all want to see is obvious, and it's extremely appreciated, and we're really fortunate to be able to be working in this space. So I want to just be able to say a few thanks. Thank you, Sarah Hawkes, for that sensational summary of the day. I was quite astonished and so grateful to you. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised because this is your brilliance, to connect it to those broader systems of rights and of systemic change, and for reminding us that we have a fight on our hands, and there's nothing for us to rest our laurels on. And I'm very grateful to you for that reality check, and also for the way that you express yourself is very, very inspiring and very, very appreciated. Everyone in this room today was very honest, I think, very engaged. Thank you for being so inclusive. These last 6 hours have completely exceeded all my expectations about what this launch would be like. And just being in the presence of these kinds of conversations, I think most people felt comfortable, and we shared a lot of our own personal experiences, but also we shared our individual and collective struggles. And I'm very grateful to you for that, and I think this has been a resounding success. For us as a journal, as Richard said in his remarks, this is just the beginning. And for all of you here and on the live stream who have been working to fight for change and equality, who have been working for decades, I apologize to you that in medicine and as a medical journal, it's taken us so long to get on board in this way. But we realize that the world is changing, and so are expectations. And we, as a journal, have and we accept our responsibility, both as being, I think, a very important part of that ecosystem that is imbued with a bias that disadvantages women systematically, but also as a platform. So whilst we are really, really proud of this theme issue and of the work that we've done, and it has been a hell of a lot of work, and it sounds like it's going to continue, we actually are the beneficiaries. So I was sort of joking that we were overwhelmed with your submissions a few months ago, but actually it's a true honor and privilege to have been able to read and review your work and to publish this. So we see you and your work and your fight, and we will continue to do that. So we want your feedback and your continued engagement. As a journal, I guess, I can speak for us as editors in saying that we're sort of a midwife, if you will, or perhaps a better metaphor is to say we're a platform. So we want to help you amplify your message. We want to help be what brings people together and convene on this. So it's not just us that's pushing this forward. We don't obviously have all the answers, but we want to help you in your individual and collective efforts. So please count on us, talk to us, critique us, ask your other favorite journals what they might be doing. I said in the podcast, which I see some people are retweeting, that you've never seen a medical journal like the one that you have on your table today. And I own that statement, and I think it's very true. So I would also like to put a call out to our peer journals and others to get on board as well. So thank you for a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you to all of you, especially who traveled to be here. It's been absolutely fantastic. We're very grateful, and let the conversation continue.